Sorry for the hold-up, folks. I think we got the technical worked out here, and we'll be with you shortly. Appreciate you hanging out, coming back. See you. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. How are we tonight? I have had a few difficulties coming to you this evening. We've had quite an interesting technical difficulty that I was going live without actually being live. So, so that was kind of odd. Yeah, come on, baby. It's go time. So how you guys doing? Listen, while we're waiting, I wanted to come on because you guys have been waiting. And while we're filling up the room here, Happy to answer questions for you. Love you. Love you, Albion Acupuncture. Hello, everybody. Good to see you. What a what a day. What a week. Boom, boom, boom. We got some stuff going down. Here's the thing. Let me ask you something. On a, you know how we sometimes do, how are you resonating on a scale of 1 to 100? What do you say we ask, like, where's your calm level on a scale of 1 to 100? Like, where's your peace meter, right? Not PIECE, like I want to get me a piece of that jerk off who's, enslaving us with masks, okay? Not that kind of peace, okay? But the PEACE, between 1 and 100. Let me see. I'm good tonight. Thanks, Chuck's girl. Yeah, I'm good tonight. Thank you so much. Mama Puppy, you're 30. Okay, so 1 to 100, obviously 100 being the best. Carlino, you're at 100. Tamrock, 76. VDLA at 95 to 98. Carl's at 100. Awesome, Carl. Jay Riker at 101. Beautiful. And D. Lair was 79. Gamecock Gal, I love you, friend. Awesome. And so grateful I can see and hear you. Just said a prayer and God answered. God is great. Thank you, Maria. Naomi, 90 out of 100. Awesome. Nadine, pretty calm because I'm painting the house. Good. That can be very calming, can it? Like, painting takes me back to, what do you call it? Takes me back to Karate Kid, right? When he had to paint that whole fence and the long strokes, and he was actually learning how to block punches, right? When he was painting. And so we got some 78, Valerie, Annie Girl at 50-ish, 80, 100% cause of Dave. Thank you for that. I'm blessed to be a part of your piece. Monica 65, 75, 100. Yes, Kelly, we went over the China order last night, and please remind me, we'll go over it again tonight briefly. I don't think it's that big a deal, honestly. There was, I think, 3 companies that were affected that were delisted off the New York Stock Exchange. And it was because those 3 companies deal with communication software and technology for their military, the CCP military. 100, about 90% Amanda. Tricia, 80, 80-20. All right. Christine, I'm tired since you keep me up all night. Sorry about that. Casey, New York, 75. Shelly, 45. Okay. I love the honesty here, guys. Mel, commas, fuck, 95. I love the honesty here because this isn't a place where you got to come and you've got to be 95 or you got to be 99 or you got to be 100, right? Awakening 04 is calm as Pompeo today. How composed is that cat? By the way, we're gonna do a little test here. I'm gonna test you guys. So Dan, you're 99.999. You're saving some room, Dan, for improvement. I love that. You're like a bar of silver right now. Yeah. So you guys are. Some of you are a little low. A lot of you guys are fantastic. Dave, peace, man. All right, Phil. PL Witt. 110. So yeah, thank you guys. I'm back. It was weird. Somehow there was somebody else took over control of my stream. I don't know who, but it was somebody. I probably should have looked for some kind of clue there. But it was very odd because you guys saw that I was live streaming. I was not live streaming. Not only was I not live streaming, I checked both computers. I unplugged both computers from the internet and finally had to take off a stream key. I don't know what was going on. So sorry for the difficulty, but that was very odd. So welcome everybody. David Snedeker here on this Monday evening, January 11th. I want to wish a special happy birthday to my buddy Harold. and also my sister-in-law, Anne, who was fabulous. She was at the march. She was on the, I missed her because there were just so many people, just like I missed so many of you Snedheads. There were just too many people. It's like, how do you find each other, right? Even when you're 6'9". But it was so great for all those who did. And I want to put together a slideshow. So please, if you were there, please send me pictures, even if we didn't connect, because I want to feel like I was there with you, and please send pictures to davesned@gmail, and I'll put together a little slideshow for us with all your pictures so we can show everybody that was there. I'd love to do that. So, excuse me, welcome. If you're new here, you are welcome. You are not expected to believe anything that you don't believe. You're not expected to say anything that you don't want to, or contribute to anything that you're not comfortable with. So you're welcome here. And all we ask is you open your mind and you be kind, and we have a process where we imagine our preconceived notions and our unconscious bias and our ego is all in this big winter coat, and we're coming into a theater just like you would, out of cold weather into a warm theater, and you don't want to wear your big bulky coat the whole time. So you take your coat off, you check it at the coat check, you get a claim ticket, and then you go get a drink, get a snack, maybe use the restroom, and come on in, and you get ready to download some information and watch, be entertained. I'm not here to entertain, but it often is entertaining, and we just enjoy ourselves, but we download some new information. And what you checked at the coat check is safe. Your beliefs, your unconscious bias, your ego, you can get it right after the broadcast, but it allows you to come into a space without having to have your dukes up, the armor up, and you can download some new information. So welcome. I'm broadcasting live here on the Indoctrination from Topanga, California, and right outside of Los Angeles, and we have a broadcast for you this evening. Back to the piece. Let's everybody take a deep breath, please. A lot of information flying at us. Be able to block it, be able to pause it, be able to go into silence and peace and quiet and just be. Because here's the thing. I know what's going to happen. I know that we have Trump for another, I think, 2 years, because I think it's going to be the Republic, and that'll be a 2-year presidency. But at least 2 years, maybe 4, depending on what they do with that, and if we reelect. So I'm calm. I'm at peace with that. I'm not worried about Biden, and I'm not thinking how we're going to deal with socialism, how we're going to deal with masking, how we're going to deal with forced vaccination, how we're going to deal with increased taxes, how we're going to do with further loss of our freedom. I don't think of any of that, because it's not going to happen. How do I know this? Because I am privy to something very unique, and something that is extremely, extremely important and extremely intelligent. And that thing that I am tapped into is called a letter, the 17th letter of the alphabet. And I have seen the way in which it communicates with POTUS and how it communicates with us. And what's great about that information and my access to that information is that I don't have anything that you don't. You have all that access to that information, okay? Why? Because 17 wanted you involved in this process of the revolution. This is a revolution. This is not about, okay, well, we'll try better next time. This is going down. Joe Biden will not be our president. Kamala Harris will not be our vice president or our president. That's why she's still in the Senate. That's why they canceled the inauguration parade. That's why they're trying to impeach President Trump while they still have the momentum from this event that they created on Wednesday that I was at. And there was no inciting violence. The people are now being questioned. The people that allowed them in through the doors are now being questioned. They will sing like a canary as to who ordered them to allow that to happen. Okay? Because they have a lot to lose. And so we're seeing this all unravel because we know exactly what it is. So this was an event that was created so that it could drive the narrative of Trump inciting violence so they could shut down his free speech. So let me ask you this. Let's say just for a moment that President Trump did somehow incite violence on Wednesday, which he didn't. I was there. You guys heard the speech. And I was there and I showed you video of how peaceful it was, okay? With the exception of a handful of people. So let's say, though, just for the sake of an argument and expand our thinking here a little bit, let's say that President Trump incited violence on that day. Number one question to ask: would Twitter, Facebook, all of the platforms be justified in silencing his voice before he was proven guilty of doing what they claim he did? No. Number two, if they were justified in shutting down his accounts the next day, the day after, even though it's not proven, if they were justified in that, or you could justify that, how do you then justify shutting down all the accounts? Vincent Kennedy, Sather, Paramedic, all these accounts. How do you justify shutting down all those accounts when they aren't inciting violence? Okay? And three, what about if inciting violence is an actual mark for getting rid of you off these platforms? Why haven't those who have incited violence on Twitter and these other platforms been zeroed out as well? Okay. Number five, how come some accounts like mine have lost, 25% of their followers in a day when I'm not inciting any violence? Why would you shut down my Facebook account, my ability to live stream, to come to you? Why would you shut down my YouTube account for my ability to come to you live? Okay? So we know that none of this makes sense. None of this makes sense, right? But all those actions I can see could affect your peace of mind. And what I'm here to tell you is, and I've used this analogy, in basketball, in sports, we could always tell if you just walked into a gym and you didn't even look at the scoreboard, you could tell which team was winning and which team was losing down the stretch by the way the teams behaved on the court and off the court. Because when you're down and you want to win so badly, You have to take desperate measures, and those desperate measures are easily visible, easily able to be, picked out of a crowd of, you can tell exactly, what's going on with all of that. And so you can tell these things, and what we're witnessing is we are witnessing the desperation from the left. We are witnessing the desperation from the cabal. And we are seeing a ramped up version of the indoctrination, mind controlling the masses even further beyond what they already have to date. So every time, and this is called a reframe. I talked about this the other night. And the reframe in neurolinguistic programming is when you take an event that is really troublesome to you, and you reframe it, almost like you take a picture that you don't like the frame of that picture of JFK because it doesn't vibe with the rest of your stuff. So you take the picture out and you put a reframe, you put a new frame around it, and now you like it better. That's called a reframe, a physical reframe. A mental reframe is doing something very similar. Taking that event and changing it in your mindset, in your mind, so that you can actually not change the event itself, but change how the event affects you. Okay? So when Todd and I see, all these accounts going down, we're thinking, okay, we're winning. Okay? Q is down. The Q alerts. QAG.news is down. Okay? 8kun is still up. So if 17 does want to communicate with us, we can get that communication through 8kun. But all of these accounts associated with 17 have been destroyed based on what happened on Wednesday. Completely unjustified, completely illegal, okay? We don't need 230 to say that what they're doing is illegal and it's a manipulation of the masses and it's a manipulation of the election. We don't need 230 to figure that out. And so every time something like this pops up, what I want to ask you to do is reframe it. Because if you're finding that it's affecting your peace. Because you can easily, for example, down the stretch of the game, I get the ball, I go to the basket, a guy fouls me because he wants to stop me from scoring because they're losing. He fouls me hard, and it hurts for a second, but then I realize we're going to win this game. I go to the free throw line, knock down 2 free throws. Actually, I wasn't a very good free throw shooter. I probably missed 1 out of 2. I don't know. But we're going to win this game. And I want you to just remember that. We are going to win this game. And most of it is already won. And so what I want to talk about here tonight is not the details necessarily that may be disrupting your peace, but the 40,000-foot view of this whole thing and where we are in history, so that we can all kind of just kind of decompress a little bit, because we're winning. We're winning. Sometimes it may not feel like that, okay? But I will challenge you to this. Sometimes it doesn't feel like that, maybe because you're not taking the information that we've given you here and used it properly, or trusted that it's good information. Now, what Todd and I talk about a lot, we were laughing about this today, we'll get Todd on here in a little bit, is that Q and POTUS are no longer communicating. What were the number 1 and number 2 sources of information that you always got from us here on this broadcast? POTUS's tweets, 17's drops. because 17 said there are no outside comms. Now, would we play along with, E, the friend, a little bit? Yeah, and look down some of that because we knew they were telling us stuff? Yes. Tav dropping some music with some lyrics. We're going to go down some of those. Maybe there's a connection there. Yes. So we're exploring possible connections, right? Go over here. We'll check out Vincent Kennedy, who always has some great stuff, and maybe there's a connection there, right? And then, Scavino, we know he's tweeting for the president, so he's really kind of right there with the president and 17, okay, because we believe he's part of 17. And those two sources have been cut off. Why? Because they're the two most important sources of where we're getting information. So we had it dialed in right. We're doing the right thing here. We're over the target because we're listening to POTUS's communications, whether they're tweets or whether they're speeches and code words, and we're listening to the 17 drops that are linked by those timestamps. Okay? So we're over the target. We're listening to the right people because we're listening to the people that are getting completely annihilated. Their free speech is being taken away. And there's one thing I want to say to anybody who's watching here who may not be a President Donald Trump fan, may not be a Patriot Party, which we consider President Trump to be. It's not the old Republican Party of the Bushes and McCain's and Romneys and all these jackasses and that are blocking the president and causing problems and have committed acts of treason and terrible acts against humanity. This isn't the old Republican Party. This isn't the red of the Republican Party. This is the Trump red. And so, but if you're not on board with that, you're still welcome here. But if you're on board with these voices being completely silenced, then might I offer some historical perspective? Okay? Anytime human beings have been silenced, it hasn't been good. It has not ended well for the human beings under the control of those who silence those human beings. That's a fact. That's why our founding fathers made it the First Amendment. Freedom of speech, freedom of congregation, freedom of religion. Because that's a part of your free speech. And then the second one is the right to bear arms, because if number one is taken away from you, you need your number two. Okay? But I don't think it's going to come to that. I honestly don't think we're going to need our number two in this particular situation because we have the military, the police on the side of good here. But if you are applauding the silencing of Donald Trump because you don't like him, you're fascist. This isn't name calling. This is fact. If you support the silencing of voices because you don't like those voices, you're a fascist. And there's no getting around it. So just own up to it or just be on your way. Because silencing another person's voice is a horrendous thing to do. And it is a completely, it goes against all of our sovereignty as a human being on this planet. To take away a person's voice, to take away a person's expression, their free speech expression, is absolute tyranny and absolute fascism. And anybody that gets behind that, there's no wiggle room for you. What you're going to realize is that those who support that kind of thing end up losing their own voices as well. Because if you weren't there to support those who lost their voices, then no one's going to be there to support you when you lose yours. It doesn't end well for humanity, folks. In the 21st century, in the 20th century, on this planet, over 200 million people were murdered at the hands of people who would silence their voices. That's a fact. We can't have that again. We can't keep going back and spiraling back into the mistakes of history because we have not learned from the mistakes of that history. And why have we not learned from the mistakes of that history? Because the real history isn't being taught to our children and to the next generation so that they can learn why those things happen. It's not important to remember a date of a war, folks. It's important to remember why that war happened to begin with. And we're not really learning those things in a way that we're stopping them from happening again. So as we stand on this incredible, incredible precipice of a new age on this planet, on a new dawning, on a new paradigm, on a new dimension, breathe deeply. That air that you're breathing is the air of freedom, maskless, without tyranny, without suppression. And imagine the world that we're about to step into, which is absolutely fantastic because it holds in it justice, accountability, and reward for just being a good human. And I am looking forward to that paradigm. I'm looking forward to sharing that with you. And let's not forget to imagine what that's going to look like when all the bad players are gone. And there'll still be some bad players that pop up, but they won't have control. They won't have control over the courts, over the politics, over the corporations, over the banks. They will be gone, and we will have a new era that we are taking care of each other, taking care of ourselves. And this 10 days of darkness that we're anticipating very soon, I would really just offer the opportunity for a couple things. One is just to go inside yourself, go inside ourselves and really connect with our Creator, with ourselves, and just be grateful for where we are in human history. But also, when whether we can connect via those telephone calls on 12 noon at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that because I don't know if the 800 number lines are going to be open. But if they're not, I would ask you at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time just to sit in prayer and meditation and connect with this beautiful community that we have created together, and just know that there are people out there that love you. There are people out there that really want to connect with you and that have brightened our lives already, and we haven't even hugged each other yet. And just connect with those people, because I believe in the next dimension we're not going to have to use phones as much. I mean, we have that at now, where I'm thinking of somebody and they end up calling me. Like, I was thinking of Sean Drebin, and Sean Drebin called me this morning. We had a great conversation, right? Things like that. Like, there's telepathic stuff going on. Like, we have the ability to do much more. You know, we're only using less than something like 5% of our brain, folks. So there's still a lot up there that we haven't even tapped into yet. So maybe we can connect at 12 and 6 on those days and really connect and know that when this is over, we're all coming together. Snedfest, here we come, baby. Snedfest 2021. Cheers, everybody. I hope everyone is well. And I hope Where are we at? How's the peace now? We down or we up? Have I destroyed the peace or have I lifted it? Yeah. Um, yeah, we're good. We're all waking up, folks. We're all waking up. Diane, that's the frequency raising. That's the frequency raising right there. Blackout phone numbers can be found on theindoctrination.com. Theindoctrination.com. I'll just take you there. And whoo, yeah, take a deep breath, folks. It is all good. And I want to get right into it with Todd and Cindy, guys. We're up at about 2,000 beautiful humans on D Live, YouTube, and Twitch. Please share this out right now, folks. Please share this out. We've got to get past the censorship here, and the only way we can do that is to, share this out as much as you can. We used to do it like we used to get 700-800 share outs, folks, and so please do that. We've got, if everybody shared this out, we would have our numbers doubled by tomorrow. I promise you. Okay. Yeah, Jesus rules. We're going to look at Pompeo. It's 30, 10, and 5 are done. We are started. We think we're started, guys. So here's the indoctrination.com, folks. You see home here. Go dark, okay? And you'll see going dark numbers here. And this is how we're going to connect at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time if everything is down, but we have our phones, basically. And we may need to have the internet up to be able to do this. So we may be streaming anyway. But this is just, you have a phone you can call into. And if you're not getting anybody or your phone's not working, sit and call in anyway. Call in through here. And so that's the going dark numbers right there. You can please fill this out, the contact sheet. So that we can connect with you as well. Name, email, phone number, company URL, and your message, company URL you don't need, obviously. But this is where we can get to you via text or emails. This list does not go anywhere but within our team. So you have that protection there. We're up over 1,000 on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. Make sure that you subscribe and hit the notification button, please, so that you know when I go live, because in the coming days, I'm hoping we're going to go dark, so I won't be able to go live, quite honestly. But I also am anticipating that we might have chances to communicate through this time. So yeah, so we're here, guys. We are absolutely at a really good place right now, and I want to, and you can see a lot of stuff here, guys. We got stuff in the hot zone. You can voting stuff, Biden, Clinton Foundation. If you want to download some of this, so you got some reading material for the when we are dark. I recommend that. If you want to go to here's something for you. Just go to YouTube, go to the Dave Sned channel, Dave Sned. Go to the channel, and you could go down through all the videos and download some videos, and you could be playing some like old videos here that we did, just kind of a way to connect, right? But have those on your hard drive so you can download them. It'll just be fun because you'll see, names you know that are communicating. You'll remember that show. You remember how good you felt, things like that. Also movies, have some movies downloaded, because I think we're here, folks. Todd, Cindy, you guys want to call in? I want to have our team together to talk about this. What's going down right now, and I think we're here. I also got a little White Claw here, guys. I tried this one tonight, so cheers, everybody. Yeah, don't know if I'm sold on that stuff yet, but I also have stopped drinking out of aluminum cans. This is a rare thing that you'll see me drinking out of aluminum. I go glass or really good plastic, like a Fiji bottle, okay? But because this is aluminum. So I'm kind of being a bad boy right now. And there is Cindy. Let's pick her up here. Alrighty. I didn't need this on the whole time because I didn't have them on. I didn't. Here we go. Hello. This is Romeo. Hello. Do I have you? Rate the quality of your audio call. I don't think I'm going to rate that one. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
How are
This
you?
is Romeo. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can. Did you hear me crooning?
I did.
How are you?
Good. It's been a little bit of a Monday, but doing great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It didn't even feel like a Monday to me, other than going to work. I guess that felt like a Monday, but getting up early and realizing that, got another 5 days of work in this. But all good stuff.
We've got the kids going back here in classroom tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
So we had
Cool.
a little last minute running on a little uniform issue. So
Hmm.
yeah,
Are they masking or no?
sadly, yes.
Oh, jeez.
I know. They do
What?
get a period, I think, when they're outside that they can unmask, but they have to stay 6 feet from each other.
Yeah, why 6 feet, I wonder.
Why the mask?
Yeah. 666 and the mask.
hmm
Um,
They have really nice bays set up for the nurses station, though. They're prepared. They have three different
yeah. Yeah.
little bays, so they're
So, the yeah, so we got some, but where we're at right now, I'm feeling pretty darn good about it. Todd and I had a great conversation earlier, and we're in a good space. We're in a really good
absolutely.
space,
Yep.
and I think, I mean, just watching how calm and collected Pompeo was today was just pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
And then some of his comms, um, yeah,
Yeah.
the and we've got these rallies at the state capitals in D.C. that they're talking about arming. That's very interesting.
I saw that.
And I think that that's the next step when when your voice has been silenced and you're under tyranny. But I don't think we're going to need that because that would be something if the military wasn't on our side. I think the military's on our side, so that's a different ball game.
Absolutely.
So
That military's on our side.
absolutely.
Hey,
Um,
where was Nancy at today? Where was Nana?
um, Honestly, here's exactly what I think. Did you see my meme that I made today? I made a meme.
I didn't, sorry.
All right, let me pull up my meme here, folks. Um, and let's see. I don't think a lot of people saw the meme because normally. So this is the meme. I'll wait till you get it up here. Um, it's basically the Capitol behind the fence. That moment at the end of the workday when congressional leaders realized the fence wasn't erected to keep people out.
That's awesome. 7 foot to keep 'em in, huh?
Yeah, and I think she saw that. I think she saw that going up, and she thought, "Well, wait a minute, right?"
Yep.
Yeah, JD, you like that? Save the pic. Thank you guys.
Glad you
Yeah, that's my second meme I've ever made.
you did
Um,
well.
Thank you, thank you. And it got the indoctrination in there. And so if you guys spread it around, maybe it'll bring people in. And so a man and a woman, yes. Thank you guys. So I honestly think that she thought that it might be a trap, and she wanted to see what they did. That I mean, what good what other explanation could that be?
That's giving
Where
her too much
she
credit.
needs to make sure that they're not going to come get her. What's that, bud?
Hangover.
That's giving her too much credit for being smart.
Yeah, yeah,
And you know the good thing about the 7 foot
that's
fence,
true.
I'm thinking about this. There, none of those feeble ass old farts could climb it, so they wouldn't even have to put any men around it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just put it up. They
Yeah.
they couldn't climb, they couldn't figure out their way over it.
Yep. Better yet, put a wet paper bag around the Capitol.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Hey, Barbara Ann sent you something, Dave.
Okay, let me go pull that up. It's time to start downloading some SNED work here.
Yeah.
It's still her birthday, right?
It's still what?
It's still Barbara Ann's
Yeah.
birthday.
Hey, Barbara Ann, that's right. Gosh, it was. I wished her happy birthday this morning, and honestly, that seems like 2 days ago.
Right.
Right?
No, it was Dee Pritchett's birthday yesterday.
Yes, yes. We wished her happy birthday, didn't we?
Well,
No,
you
you know what? We
might have
did
to
it the
wait.
day before.
Yeah, you might have did it when I was away from the room, but I just wanted to say it on air. Happy birthday, Dee.
Yes. Happy birthday, Dee. Happy birthday, Barb. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Barbara and Dee. Happy birthday to you.
I'm sorry, girls.
First born.
You're throwing me under the bus here. Come on now.
Yeah, it is.
Come on. Cheers. Cheers to your birthday, to you beautiful women.
And a pinch to grow an inch.
Oh gosh, you don't say
Yeah,
that.
don't you keep your hands off our listeners, you hear me? Yeah, so where's Nancy, Todd? That's an interesting one, right?
Nana.
And
Where's
I'm going to pull up Barb here as we're
She had to be scheming something.
yeah, well, yeah, that's that's happening. Okay, so we're going to listen to a minute voice clip that Barb just dropped us. Her friend Krista walked up to a National Guard guy in New Hampshire. So let's listen in here.
All right, so my brave butt walked up to one of the National
It's
Guard
just
guys and I
audio, by
said,
the
"So
way.
what's going on?" And he's like, "Well, we're saving your country." And I go, "Yeah?" And he goes, "Yep." He goes, "Are you a patriot?" I go, "Of course I am." And he goes, "Good." He goes, what did he say to me? He goes, "Just make sure you have enough food and water for a few days." And I said, "Few days or weeks?" He goes, "We're hoping days, but it could be weeks."
This is just an audio clip, guys. I know normally it's me going and watching something without you, but I promise you I'm not seeing anything. It's just audio.
And I said, "Okay." And then he goes, "US of A for a few days." And I said, "Few days or weeks?" He goes, "We're hoping days, but it could be weeks." And I said, "Okay." And then he goes, "US of A, something US of A." It was some sort of saying. And I was like, "You're on the good side, aren't you?" And he looks at me and he goes, "Forever." He goes, "We're going to keep our country alive," he says. So I have a feeling stuff's going down within the next day and or within this week.
Hey, Barbara, by the way, do you, was this today that this happened or yesterday? Could you let me know? And I don't know how do I go from, if I wanted to drop this on the page, how can we do that? because I can't do it out of Messenger. But Barbara, if you want to send that to me, in email, I can link that to the page. But that's it's kind of secondhand information, thirdhand information. But I believe it, I get it, and because it's coming from Barbara and her friend, but it's not like it's firsthand information. But also, if they got that guy on video, then he probably wouldn't have been able to say the things he was saying. Renee Corte says X-22 report today, 11.3 equals 113 and 11.4 equals 114. I was telling you guys that a week or two ago, right? That the 11.3 and the 11.4 of the Podesta arrest could be 113 and 114, right? You just moved the decimal. As a matter of fact, I think Snedhead gave me that first heads up a while back on that. And I can't remember who it was at this point, but you remember who you were. So go ahead and give us a heads up. But so a lot going down. Now, what I want to go to, the gal speaking was excited. So, Jerry, that was you? Thank you. That was the 114 and 113. Thank you. And it could have been a couple of you too. So forgive me if I forgot that. But I didn't pick that up. So you guys completely picked that up for me on that one. I did not pick that one up. I did not think that through. Norma Williams hopes it's 113. It's her birthday. We're gonna have another birthday coming up. So all of 17. Wait a minute. Carl, I know that 17 is down, but is 8 Coon down too? I don't think 8 Coon was down. Oh, man. You got to be kidding me. No, 8 Coon. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, I think 8 Coon is up. Todd, have you checked 8 Coon?
Have you checked 8 Coon?
No.
Okay, 8 Coon, speak freely legally. Yeah, it is up. 8 Coon is up. So in other words, folks, you can find the 17 drops on 8 Coon. I haven't done it in a while through here, but if you have Q Patriot Research, you have Q Research 2Gen, so you can search Q, and then you can find some of these links with all these posts. You do have to log in to use it with any effectiveness, but you can do it without logging in. And it's completely anonymous. So when you log in, you can be completely anonymous. Okay. And so, for example, you've got, here, this is Keck of this video of this regiment of the Army. So you've got some way you got Red 1 through 6 active and on. Trust the plan, 27 posts, 20 images. So you can go down here. 4414. Again, guys, we're at 8Kun, 8KUN .top. And here's 4414, which we've been down quite a bit, right? Red 1, Red 2, Red 3, Red 4, Red 5, Red 6. Castle Rock. Okay? So we can look through all this stuff, guys. So it's not gone. So when you say, somebody said, yeah, Carl, I'll share the link here. I'll type it in here. 8 Coon. But somebody said, I wish I had archived those. You don't have to. It's been done for you. 8Coon.top. And then you can just search the letter, the 17th letter of the alphabet through that. Okay? Okay. So let's go, Todd. I'm thinking we go straight to Pompeo. because we got to find out, about those tweets that he was down to 5 minutes supposedly, right? Which is supposed to be the kickoff for everything.
And I sent you something that Bridie Ann just sent from Vincent Kennedy. It's a
Okay.
new post about the president and Jared. It's just a little thing there when you get
Okay.
time.
Is this Shah on
It's a
Twitter?
private chat. Oh, no. Shaw on Twitter was Where's Nancy? Kind of like the Where's Waldo. That was
Okay.
a live show today that showed that she was missing.
Yeah.
That, it's the DDO.
Oh, by the way, we got something from Alana. Let's play this real quick. I think because
Right.
this came to mind here. Hold on.
Never been a president.
That's a lie.
Oh, it is a lie.
Yeah. And it was your son in the Ukraine. All right.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Out of here.
You're the one that offered to withhold $1 billion. The Council of Foreign Relations. Son of a bitch, he got fired, right, Joe? Son of a bitch, he got fired, right? Remember that? Trump is innocent. Trump is innocent. You'll never be president. Your son is a crackhead. Your son is a crackhead, Joe. What do you think about that? Son of a bitch, he got fired, right? You're not giving the $1 billion, right, Joe? There's your quid pro quo, Joe. There's your quid.
That's an oldie but goodie, folks. Basically, somebody calling him out there. I love that. I love that because it's so important to these guys. They're not going to be able to walk down the street. Okay, they're not going to be able to walk down the street. We're seeing what's happening. Cindy, I don't know where this is. I have no idea.
Chat.
Huh?
It has in the private chat.
I'm not doing stuff in the private chat on the show.
Okay, I can't
That's show chat.
I know, and I can't find that, so that's why we sent it there.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Let's go to Pompeo. And you can send it directly. You don't have to put it in the show chat. So this is an hour ago, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago, 4 hours ago. Still looks like he's okay, at the 4 hour mark he did 3. 4. So that was a 15-minute mark at 4 hours ago, Todd. Right?
Yeah, I went back and checked that, and somebody sent it to me. I'm trying to think of who it was, and said that he was down to 5-minute intervals and had screenshots.
Yeah, I'm not seeing 5-minute intervals today.
Yeah.
And they didn't have it yesterday. Unless, hold on, unless it was 8 a.m. on this one. Yeah, if you have that, please send it to me if somebody did that.
Yeah, whoever sent me information on Pompeo, I didn't. I'd been watching Pompeo all day and hadn't seen it go 5 minutes.
And I'm sending something to the show chat from Jenny Benning about Trump declaring the emergency.
Awesome, thank you. And this is, we're talking about DC?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's not, we're sorry the site is currently experiencing technical difficulties. Please try again in a few minutes. That's interesting. And I wonder, and that's the link. Let me pull it up because some of this Sned sent it to me. And let me find out who sent that to me. so basically, it was President Trump had putting together an executive order, and in that executive order, folks, it had to do with D.C. And it basically, I just got done reading it here a little while ago. Holy cow!
It opened for me.
Really? Let me try it again.
Yeah.
Wonder if too many people are trying to get at it. Okay. Okay, so this is an article on Politico. Trump declares state of emergency in D.C. ahead of the inauguration. This is, let me see. This order, stemming from last week's deadly riots at the Capitol, allows DHS and FEMA to assist the city in any emergency response. Now, here's the thing. I'm actually trying to find the order itself, not the, I don't want to read Politico. So let me go to EO.
I looked before the show, but I couldn't find it.
Let me see. Let's see.
I was probably looking in the wrong area. I was on the whitehouse.gov.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not seeing it either. Executive order, FEMA. Hey guys, will you send that to me in the chat if you have it handy, or send it to me in the Messenger? Because whoever sent it to me earlier today, it has since been buried, because I have over 100 today alone. Let me see here it is. Okay, Marcy Lamb dropped it in a page. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see. Let's see. And I'll read that. It's a brief one. And it's basically that FEMA is taking over. All right, this isn't working. What is going on here? It was at 5:19, so a little over 3 hours ago, and it's not coming up. Let's see.
I have it from a Catherine Hayden at Duke, if you need it.
Yes, please.
Send it to the show chat.
Sure. Let's see. So I'll start to read it for you while we're pulling it up. President Donald J. Trump approves District of Columbia emergency declaration. Now, first of all, let's look at the reason for the emergency declaration. What is going on? Okay. Yeah, I can't. That's is that the one from Birdie Ann you just sent me? That's
Yep.
not the show.
Hold on just a second, please. No, I'm talking about the one from Jenny.
Okay, it just showed up. Okay.
I got to send it again because I had a fat finger and it sent you the wrong
Okay.
thing. Just a second. There you go.
Today, President Donald John Trump. Yeah, I can't read that. That's not a link. It's just a
that.
It's let me go to whitehouse.gov has it.
What if I turn my screen the other way? It will show.
Well, it's kind of a bad copy anyway. So we just need to go to the source. And it's hard. I know it's hard to find these. Let me see. Okay, here it is. January 11th, 2021. All right, we got it. President Donald J. Trump approves District of Columbia emergency declaration. Today, President Donald J. Trump declared that an emergency exists in the District of Columbia and ordered federal assistance to supplement the district's response efforts due to the emergency conditions resulting from the 59th presidential inauguration from January 11th to January 24th. So it's going to cover this inauguration, right? Okay, thank you guys. Well, the problem with looking at the chat is I can't click on it and open it up unless I have the chat on over here. So I would have had to do that, but that's not a good option. That is a good option for the future if we have that. Again, thank you. The President's action authorizes the Department of Homeland Security, federal FEMA, to coordinate all disaster relief efforts which have the purpose of alleviating the hardship and suffering caused by the emergency on the local population, and to provide appropriate assistance for required emergency measures authorized under Title V of the Stafford Act to save lives and to protect property and public health and safety. Okay. Hold on one second. Okay. To save lives and protect property and public health and safety, and to lessen or avert the threat of catastrophe in the District of Columbia. Specifically, FEMA is authorized to identify, mobilize, and provide, at its discretion, equipment and resources necessary to alleviate the impacts of the emergency. Emergency protective measures limited to direct federal assistance will be provided at 100% federal funding. Pete Gaynor, Administrator, Federal FEMA Department of Homeland Security, named Thomas J. Fargione as the Federal Coordinating Officer for Federal Recovery Operations in the affected area. Now, let me take you to this. This is Title V of the Stafford Act, okay? This is the Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, okay? Title V is Emergency Assistance Programs. Title V explains the process a state must follow to request that the President declare an emergency. Every request for the President to declare an emergency must come from the governor of the state. Now, mind you, this is not a state. The District of Columbia is not a state, does not have a governor. In order for a request to be made, the governor must deem that the situation is beyond the potential for the state to manage. To do this, the governor must begin execution of the state's emergency plan and detail the types and amount of federal aid that will be required. Upon receiving this information, the President can then decide if the situation qualifies as an emergency. The President does have the authority to declare an emergency without the governor's request if the President determines that the emergency falls within the primary responsibility of the United States' exclusive or preeminent responsibility as governed by the United States Constitution or laws. The specific abilities of the President are also explained in this title. The President can direct any federal agency to use its resources to aid the state or local government in emergency assistance efforts. He also has the responsibility to coordinate all disaster relief assistance and assist with the distribution of food, medicine, and other vital supplies to the affected public. The President can provide assistance with debris removal and provide any needed emergency assistance. This title also gives the President the authority to provide accelerated federal assistance when it has not yet been requested. The federal share of the cost of such efforts is to be no less than 75% of the eligible cost. Total assistance under this act for one emergency is to be limited to no more than $5 million, except when the President determines additional funds are needed. If additional funds are needed, the President must report to Congress on the extent of the additional need. So that's getting specific on this is the purpose of understanding here a little bit that Muriel Bowser is not the one person that is going to be making the decisions when it comes to Washington, D.C., and that FEMA is involved, and FEMA is heavily financed and heavily armed as well. And so I believe that this is a step towards I honestly think this is a step towards that meme that I did earlier, just the cage around the cage around the Capitol. I think that's what might be going down, something to that effect. But certainly that the president's on board. Let's see. Okay, so Christie is saying that Secretary Pompeo, this is one of the tweets that was 5 minutes apart. He replied to his own tweet 5 minutes after sending it, from Jennifer David. Thank you, Jennifer. Then alternated the Deep Department of State account and posted there from himself 5 minutes later. Okay, so he's using two different accounts. Okay, very good. All right, very good comms. Okay, and also from Jenny sent the executive order. Thank you, guys. So, U.S. government account, when multinational institutions work, we invest in them. This one was at 3 o'clock on January 11th. Okay. And then this one was U.S. government account, Department of State, not Secretary Pompeo. And this one was 3:20, right? So here we have 3 o'clock. Here we have 20 minutes, okay? And then we have here 3 o'clock. Is that the same one? Same one. Let me see. No, it's different. So it's odd because this one is, there's no time delta. This is 0 delta from 3 p.m. to 3 p.m. This is 3:20, but this is from 3 under Secretary Pompeo to 3 under Department of State. So it was a 0 delta on this. And was the word that we're going to go down to 0?
She said he went 2020, 15. Hold on, let me see it. 2020, 15, 10, and 5 is what went.
20, 15, 10, and 5. Right. But that
He's
wasn't 5. That went down to 0.
Huh.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Now, and somebody heard that Lynn heard that the news is saying there's rallies in all 50 states, but I heard on another post that it was a trap for all of us. How can we post to let everyone know about this? I honestly don't know. We need to look into that a little bit more. But I will tell you that if everybody comes armed, it's not going to be a trap for anybody because they're outnumbered unless they acquiesce. But it certainly, could be a trap by the deep state, but I think it would backfire on them. Kelsey, Dave, you're the man. Thank you, brother, for the truth you tell. Much love from Canada. Thank you, Kelsey. We appreciate you.
Well, Dave, I have an opinion.
Oh, okay. Good.
You want to hear it?
Sure. Happy to have you join us.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to guide some of the Sneds to where you are. I had about 30 messages probably, and I just tried to hit them up so they could get over here. And they were all after the show was going, so they haven't located you yet.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I said, hey, put it out.
Thank you. Guys, share this out, please. Let everybody know that we're live right now on D Live, Twitch, The Indoctrination, and YouTube. Dave Sned, please.
Yeah. I made this decision probably back, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, when you attended the rally, or the protests. Where was that?
California?
Santa Monica.
In Santa Monica, yeah. And then you went to D.C., and both places you got beat up and tear gassed. So I figured that if I'm not going anywhere where you're going to go.
Sure, and he's 6'9". You're only 6'4".
I was wondering where you were going with that. I felt like a setup was coming. I wasn't sure what it was going to look like.
Wherever you are, brother.
It's drug day.
No, I was gonna wear my Antifa outfit if I go. I'm gonna dress up like one of them. Shit.
Yeah.
Get my helmet, my gas mask.
No kidding. You won't be touched.
I'll be right behind you.
So we're that's going to be an interesting day because I've actually envisioned, guys, as I've been mulling over how this was going to work. Like, I've been working on the indoctrination for a long time, like in terms of like, what is the revolution going to look like? And one of the thoughts I had was, listen, we're coming, this was kind of like, I always put it in like I'm writing a movie because I'm a filmmaker. So let's pretend I'm writing a movie about this thing and that I'm actually not calling for an insurrection or a revolution. But it could be a movie where you come the first day and you ask for what you need, and if they don't give that to you in terms of total tyranny, if they're not releasing the total tyranny, then you say you have 24 hours to respond. And if you don't, we come back the next day, armed. Okay? So when you have that hanging over your head as a legislator, okay, then you think about making different choices. However, also, you don't come back the next day. You come back the day after everybody stayed up all night and double shifts and triple shifts, and then you come back the next day when everyone's exhausted and gone home after they've put their defenses down, and then you come back, or day 3, and you basically just say, listen, you're under citizen's arrest. You have violated your constitutional oath. You take over the jail. You also take over, by the way, in this movie I wrote, you take over the accounting offices, and you stop all checks. Boom. Any checks, anybody that is going to commit treason, go against their oath and commit treason and violate the sanctity of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment of the citizens of this location, will no longer be paid. They will no longer be hired by the city, by the state, by the municipality that you're in. And so you take the purse strings, you take the you wear them down, and you basically arrest them. You take over the jail as well, and you put them in behind bars. All those who violate. So it's only the accounting office and the jail, and you're good to go. And then you take the state house. That's the movie I wrote. That's how it could be done in a movie. But obviously, this is real life, and so I think it's a natural progression, is kind of what I'm getting at. But I honestly think we don't have to have that. We don't have to do that. What is the date on that? Do you guys know what the date is on that? on the what they're saying when they're saying the live or the armed protest?
I don't have it in front of me now.
Yeah, I think you'd need a lot of jail cells, but basically once you arrest the first 50 people, the rest are going to get the message. Right? Once one citizen arrests a public servant, the rest of the public servants are going to get the message. Yeah.
A lot of zip ties.
Yeah, exactly. Sid's dad says if you won't be locked down at home, why deliver yourself to them? It's not only a trap, it's a dumb move. Yeah, if the numbers aren't there, it's a dumb move. Now, could that be a good move if the military doesn't do what they're going to do? Maybe. But, we got to let the military do what they're going to do because we've already been told what's going down. Dixie says the 16th through the 20th. Pacini says 17th. And January 20th, Christie. Okay. Judy says, I think Democrats are putting false info out there telling us we need to march armed. That could very well be. No question.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing that in any Q drop.
No. Yep, that's a good point.
We need you to pick up your weapons and go become a target.
Right.
I would say at the point of failure, on that side, that basically it'll have to turn into the French Resistance all over again.
Yep.
Only worse.
Hey, Twitter's gone down in value, as has Facebook. Twitter loses $5 billion in market cap value after Trump is permanently banned. I love that. They're not. It's we got to let the plan play out, folks, and then if it doesn't play out to our satisfaction, then we regroup.
Well, we talked about that a little bit last night, Dave. That's part of the plan too that hasn't been implemented. It's kind of on its way. Remember what Gab posted last night about other executives and people that worked at these platforms, how they're looking for work at other places now?
Yeah.
There's going to be a mass migration. You can't tell me that everybody that works everywhere is a leftist.
Right.
And, if they lose half their workers, something's going to suffer.
Yeah.
Even if you lose 25% of your workforce,
exactly.
that really hurt any organization. So, a lot of people are worried to take that step, and it probably would be on the more higher level people because they see things more clearly than the guy that's just living paycheck to paycheck like me. Where I couldn't take the chance, if I had a solid job and benefits and stuff and kids and then kids in college, it's a big risk to pull up roots no matter what. But there will be some people that are better off that have that mobility.
Hey, Dave.
Yes.
We need to thank
Angel
Johnson on that.
Yeah, I was just about to because I came back to it and saw her name. Thank you. Thank you, Angel. And by the way, Firefox browser developer claims deplatforming Trump isn't enough, wants to shield internet from bad actors. Time to get rid of your Firefox browser, guys. Although we don't have much else, that's pretty much a downer right there. And thank you, Julie, for that. New Homeland Security Director. Wolf step down, guys. Let's go to that. It's actually Director of Homeland Security. And this is what's huge about this. Excuse me. Chad Wolf resigns, and let's read this real quick. This is New York Times. The acting Secretary of Homeland Security Department resigned on Monday, just just 9 days before he was expected to help coordinate the security of a presidential inauguration facing heightened threats of violence. Well, guess what, guys? There's not going to be any inauguration, right? In terms of certainly not one that's going to have a threat. Mr. Wolf told employees of the Homeland Security Department he would be stepping down on Monday night in part because of court rulings that invalidated some of the Trump administration's immigration policies, citing the likelihood that Mr. Wolf was unlawfully appointed to lead the agency. Unfortunately, this action is warranted by recent events, including the ongoing and meritless court rulings regarding the validity of my authority as acting secretary, Mr. Wolf said in a letter obtained by the New York Times. These events and concerns increasingly serve to divert attention and resources away from the important work of the department in this critical time of transition of power. Mr. Wolf did not address the deadly siege of the Capitol in his letter. Peter Gaynor, the administrator of FEMA, will replace Mr. Wolf as the acting secretary of the Homeland Security Department. Now, and Gaynor was the one that is overseeing the Washington, D.C. one by appointing the other gentleman, I forget his name already, which is Thomas Fargione, okay? But Gaynor is overseeing this as the director of Homeland Security. So I think this is all movement to support this, to strengthen the ability of FEMA and DHS to not only take over and control Washington, D.C. and who goes and comes from Washington, D.C., but also that, folks, if President Trump has stepped down or will step down from the presidency, it won't be to usher in Joe Biden. It will be to usher in the Department of Homeland Security, which will take control of the country until the election of the Republic, okay, which is 120 days from the time that the president has stepped down. The question is, has Trump stepped down already? Todd, your thoughts on that?
You can talk to him.
Okay. Yeah. My thoughts are that he's already signed Nasara Jassara. He just hasn't. It's behind the scenes. I think he did it right before the election. I also think that we had a new Declaration of Independence on the 4th of July per Melania's Trump tweet that said she was very excited to be there for the signing of basically a new document is the way I took it.
We're going to spend the evening at home after signing the document.
Yeah. So, oh my God, we've got a bunny crisis here. So basically what I think is we don't know a lot of the stuff that's behind the scenes. And I also always revert back to what Ezra Cohen Watnick said as E, that it probably won't be called Nasara because someone asked E flat out, is there such a thing as Nasara? Should we expect it? I think it's going to be called something different, but it's going to be basically the same.
Right.
Trump likes to put his name on it, and Santa Surfing basically coined Trump Zara.
Right.
So, he likes to have his name on everything. So, God,
yeah,
maybe that was a part of his negotiating to go through all of it.
That's what's been holding it up.
Yeah. Hey, please, can I put my name on this? I love to put my name on everything else. So, if we could just put my name on Trump Zara, we got a deal. And they said, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
You'll be remembered forever. And so he said,
and by the way, talking about this guy who has a penchant for gold.
Yeah.
Think about all his Trump Towers and his home, his penthouse in Trump Towers, and how he's it's all gold.
are really big into RVing. Remember?
Yeah, they're gonna get an RV and they're gonna drive around the country. The
Like Clark
Pete Palma.
Griswold.
Pete Palma said Sned Sara. Sned Sara. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, so anybody believes that, I mean,
Yeah.
that was just, that's when we really started feeling comfortable with the whole thing.
Yeah.
About that time when they started joking about Melania and Trump driving around in an RV.
Yeah. Exactly.
Fun.
So this is it's all speculation about how this is going to go down, folks. But I will say this, that we think that it's already begun. President Trump's, his basically, his the act that he signed, the executive order, the 1776 Act before the election, the day before the election, taking money away from people, 1221. By the way, let's see, tomorrow is 1/12/21, Todd, so 12/21.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And Cappy talked about 12/21. That was also the number of the executive order to take the money away from human traffickers and take all their assets. Again, 1/12 tomorrow, and then he's supposedly going to speak at 1/12. Have we gotten any further confirmation on that, anybody?
I don't think that you can put any credence into he's going to speak.
Yeah.
I think he's going to speak when he wants to. And in
Yep.
fact, I would be surprised if this is just my opinion, but what really does he have to say? And when we talked before the show, I told you that I thought that he may not speak only because he may have stepped down already in order to enact Nasara Jasara of
Right.
some kind, and the military could be already in control. And he should do that because he's distancing himself from the prosecutions and
Right.
also
Right.
distancing himself from the narrative that they have that he wants to be a dictator.
That's what 17 has told us, is that he's going to distance himself. And, And by the way, how about the fact that Trump's a dictator and yet he's the one being silenced?
Right.
What
Right.
dictator in the history of the world ever had the newspapers or the town crier or anybody silence him? Never happened.
What other dictator goes by the letter of the law through everything?
Right, exactly.
He would have gone through, after this
Yep.
election, what he would have done is he would have forced the Supreme Court to hear the
Right.
case,
Yeah,
and he would have forced the decision.
it's a great point. Yeah,
So, I mean, the dictator thing just doesn't hold any water.
yeah,
The first thing a dictator is lawless.
yes.
And he's following
No regard for the law.
himself, by following the law. He did that even back when the riots were taking place. He kept waiting for the permission of the governors.
Right. Before
I mean,
he
he
sent
could-
in the military. And they
he
were
could-
wanting him to do that. They were wanting him to send in the military so that they could use that against him.
That was a trap.
Yeah. And he didn't walk into it.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's way ahead, definitely.
Yeah.
Just always, if you're ever feeling down, go back and watch some cartoons. Go watch Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote, because what you're going to do at this point, you've seen Roadrunner Trump, and you've seen Wile E. Coyote, everybody else after him.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
doing is tomorrow you're expecting Wile E. Coyote to actually catch the Roadrunner.
Yeah. And except the Wile E. Coyote in this particular situation doesn't order from Acme, it orders from Dominion.
Well, they did during the riots. They had the Acme.
They did have the Acme bricks, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
all
right.
predicted.
Unbelievable. Hey guys, are we still live on Twitch? Yeah, I guess we are. Okay, good. Because I'm not seeing the numbers on Twitch popping up. So what's but back to this. But back to the Pompeo thing. I'm still haven't seen quite confirmed that it was the down to the Delta. Have you found that one that somebody sent you by chance?
No, and to tell you the honest truth, I haven't really paid a lot of attention to it because, I see that the pattern was happening and that it was like clockwork, and I believe that there was something there, but that's an outside comm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember a drop that told me, and I was going to look for one today this afternoon to see if we were supposed to look to Pompeo. I know they said trust Kansas.
Right.
But I didn't hear trust Kansas. He's going to do a countdown on Twitter to let you guys know when all this was going down. So, that could be disinformation just as easy.
Absolutely. But also trust Kansas does go a long way, right? And and if
that's a broad statement.
And if all comms are down, then 17 had told us to trust Kansas.
But why does that information even have to be shared with us at this point? We're already
ready. We're on the precipice. It's just we're
the ninth month. This is the 9th month of pregnancy. Yeah. I mean, actually, labor pains have already started, so the baby's coming.
I'm about to induce labor. I'll tell you that much right now. C-section. We'll cut that out of there. Let's see. Let me see. I wanted to pull up Scavino.
I'd suggest for the patient maybe a little dash of Pitocin to get it going.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's Dan Scavino. He's tweeted. His last tweet was January 7th, statement of the president. Nothing new from Dan.
Yeah, I checked on him today a couple times.
Yeah.
The new VK account's pretty good. But this is still all outside comms. Like I told you today, I was like, man, it seems like I got fired from doing my job because now I don't. Trump is tweeting and Q isn't talking. So I'm like,
can't afford you, Todd. Can't keep you on.
What?
Yeah,
What am I doing?
your parlor tricks have been silenced, my friend.
Trust Q, trust Trump. And here I am, guys.
We can't connect with any of them.
I'm speculating now.
Yeah, exactly. This is interesting. The Schumann resonance, VK actually shared this. And it says it looks like it's being blocked, right? Like there's something going on here with this evil that is not going up and down like the rest. It's like it's flatlined.
I looked at a 14-minute video somebody sent me today, and I know it's buried about 300 posts deep. But basically, they were saying that there were some messages in the Schumann today, and they hadn't seen that since like 1974.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the blasts of light in the different colors that we actually, when we first started watching it, we just watched for those big blasts of white energy.
Right.
That if you take that,
that's what Todd's talking about right here, guys. These big blasts of white energy. We were looking for that. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, and if you put it in a Photoshop and you make it a negative, you can actually see like it looks like they said in 1974 that when it happened like this, that they did it, and there were messages in it. They actually diagnosed it and wrote like a 300-page paper about it.
Uh-huh.
So they've been studying this for a long time. You're talking 50 years at least. So people have been tuned in, and anyway, the premise of it was that there were messages within the Schumann resonance that you had to turn the blast negative in order to see, but it takes some time to actually get the messages out of it.
Uh-huh.
So none of that's been done. So if any of you Snedheads, I'm thinking, now that I got some downtime because Q and Trump are silent, maybe I'll be a Schumann expert.
Exactly. It basically, we've got so much that's going on, and to have a better understanding of the Schumann, I think would definitely be a bonus for us. And
Well, that along with the view of what is it going to look like on the other side of this, because we know it's coming.
Right.
So we don't really want to be caught with our pants down
Yeah.
when it comes to what people are going to need. And I think
Yeah.
I think the next part of us is actually going to be helping people get through, and they're having their realities blow up.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll blow up, and there's like Q said, there's going to be 4 to 6% that are unsavable from this.
Yeah. Trista Dreamweaver is really great with the Schumann. She really has that dialed in, so we got to connect with her on that a little bit more. And I wanted to put up, she wrote a little bit about it, and I wanted to put it up on the website, but I'm having trouble doing that without Eric, so I need to kind of learn how to do that. And so, but we'll get that up, or maybe even post it on the pages. So Trista, we'll connect on that. And then by the way, that Twitter losing $5 billion in market cap was a Dan Scavino post on Facebook.
Junior or
Junior? Yeah.
Junior?
Yeah.
VK's last post before I went to bed last night said that if Twitter doesn't go down significantly today, he's pulling all of his assets out of the market.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And by the way, I mean, and I kind of get a feeling like, Dan Scavino's a little upset too. Like about, I mean, he's upset that Twitter pulled him off, so he's not posting on Twitter and he's going to Facebook with his stuff. Right? I'd rather not say, says White House live cam shows a lot of foot traffic. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's the last city in America I'd want to be in right now.
Yeah.
And I think, we were warned by 17 that most damage will be done there. And the other thing I looked at was all the predictive programs, even in games and movies, have been the total destruction of DC. We've seen movies where the White House explodes. We've seen movies where the Capitol building explodes.
Yep, exactly.
And, you have to really, the way these people have predicted things in the past through movies, kind of makes you think of that. And I also think of all, you've pointed out so great every time about the satanic, how the whole city is based on satanic symbolism.
Yeah.
And it's the way it's built. It wouldn't shock me. And actually, 107 said that they were actually going to divert the river and flood the place. Now, I don't know for sure. Obviously this is all speculation, but it wouldn't really hurt my feelings if we ever reincorporate DC back into the United States of America instead of having its own sovereign.
Yeah.
To go ahead and pull down everything in it, and they could blow it to bits as far as I'm concerned, and get rid of all that evil,
Yeah.
and then maybe turn it into a big giant park or a golf course or something, Trump National, DC, whatever. We don't really need the memories of and the continuation of the satanic symbolism there.
Yeah.
I
The Capitol, somebody said they read the Capitol would move somewhere else. Yeah, it would have to. It absolutely would have to.
Yeah.
VDLA. Yeah.
Back into the same old.
Yeah.
We know about it, and when we know about it, it's not long after everybody else is going to know about it. Who's going to go want to do business in the heart of Moloch?
Exactly. Yeah, Sodom is going down.
I see it, Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, I see it going down, and I could see it. I could see them doing it intentionally. Just take it out.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if it should be used ever again for anything. Just delete it.
Yeah. I definitely think it needs to be destroyed.
Yeah.
And certainly not, if anything, used as a museum of enslavement. Almost like a it's an untouched, monument to how humanity had allowed their own enslavement. Jambone says 1,000 Pieces is a great documentary on 17. Meow Scott seconds that. We're going to have to check that out.
I've heard that was good.
Yeah. Also, what was I going to say about
Look at that movie where he says he's going to take the whole diseased temple down.
Yeah, I love it.
It's going to be biblical. That's what I see in my crystal ball of nothing. I see that being surprised.
Yeah.
Maybe the rod of God. We could all go make on the 4th of July next year, we could have a big fireworks show there and just blow everything up.
Yeah, exactly. So, we are on the precipice here. Things are going to happen any day. There are still people that absolutely think Joe Biden's going to be president, and I'll tell you that's not going to happen. And why? Because, like I said earlier, Todd, I've been privy to some pretty incredible information, and guess what? So have you, and so has everybody else that's paying attention, right? So we've been given this gift. And if you enjoy this gift, if you think it's truly a gift, then use it. If you don't think it's a gift, and you're in doubt and you're in dismay, might I suggest you take another look at that gift and realize how special it really is. A lot of people are saying Simon Park's last update video was excellent.
Was that 3? I saw
what's
part.
That? The third one?
Yeah, I saw part 3. I don't know if there's another one after that.
Guys, do you know? Is it? Let me go to you. Is his on YouTube or is he off YouTube?
I think it was.
He's still on. Is it BitChute?
May have been YouTube.
5 hours ago, his third update.
Yeah.
Let's listen to a little bit of it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Fighting around the Capitol building and how the president was guilty of that. So that's Fox's choice, very naughty, and I'm sure that won't be forgotten. So then we went and watched Mike Pompeo, guilty of that. So that's Fox's choice, very naughty, and I'm sure that won't be forgotten. So then we went and watched Mike Pompeo, and while everybody's attention was on Mike Pompeo, something else was happening. So first of all, it was very important that you saw Mike Pompeo, although what he talked about wasn't what the audience wanted to hear. They wanted to hear the flags were flying and the tanks were rolling. But what it showed you was that everything's calm in the White House that President Trump has not resigned and everything's okay. So that was the important message there, that life is just going on as normal. And while the world was looking at that, quite rightly so, tweets were changing. They went down from 30 minutes to 10 minutes to 5 minutes. And do you remember that I'd been trying to say to you guys several times, it's not the content of these tweets, it's the regularity between them. And they went down to 5 minutes, and they just did a few at that 5-minute intervals, and then they completely stopped. And I want to tell you what that means. It means that embedded teams all over the planet, I say all over the planet, there'll be some countries that don't have any need of any activity, but in those areas that are hotspots, everyone has reported they are now in position. So everybody listening to that who's a member of the team knows that they set their watches from that point. Every member of the team in different locations has reported that they are not just in place, but they're ready. They've got all the equipment, everything's ready. Within minutes of that, sealed envelopes were being opened, and there are instructions for each team. Now, many of them will already know, but they won't know the ins and outs, and sometimes, you have to go with the written instructions because electronic instructions can be hacked or altered. So every member of the team now has their goal. I can't say target, that's too militaristic. They have their goal, and their objective is a better word. So I wanted to tell you that. For many of you, it might be difficult to accept or understand, but those of you who have followed me and have watched me know that I actually do speak the truth. And if I said to you that I've spent 1.5 hours talking to the real Q, then that's exactly who I've been speaking to. And in fact, Becky was also on that call with me, and that was very, very supportive and helpful. And what's been agreed is that a couple of other people who I have been involved with on the radio shows or interviews will be invited to take part in a discussion, and we can talk about how we've got to this position and what might be coming up. I won't be responsible for bringing that together, but I will be one of the participants in that, and that will happen, I hope, within the next few days. The situation is, of course, fluid. It's moving. We get the message that something's going to happen, and of course then it changes and it doesn't happen, or it's pushed back. That's just the nature of what we're dealing with. But I can tell you that I don't appreciate fully that this movement, the Q movement, really began. We all know about Kennedy and the Q movement starting with his murder, but I didn't realize that there were 200 generals who got together, and I thought it was much less than that. I didn't realize it was 200 who then said, we have got to fight this evil, and we can't do it in 5 years, we can't do it in 10 years, we can't even do it in 20 years, but we've got to start to fight back, and we've got to play the long game. So President Kennedy did not die in vain. That death, rightly or wrongly, created a movement which is playing out the fruition now. And so I've been, I didn't think I needed reassuring, but I have been reassured, whether I wanted it or not, that it's very much going the way that the good guys want. And it is very frustrating when you are sitting at home and you've got all or nearly all of your people you trust being turned off or deplatformed or cut off, and of course you've got this wall of silence and abject lies from the media, and you think, well, you begin to doubt yourself. And I'm here to say, don't doubt yourself. I never doubted it from the beginning, but that was because I'd seen things that most people haven't seen, and I understood some of the plan. I didn't know all of the plan, and I still don't know all of the plan. But I have some knowledge of some of the plan. And the very fact that, I have had this 1.5 hour conversation, I'm deeply indebted to that individual. And you might think that, oh, I've seen Q on such and such a radio show, or I've seen Q on such. And I have to tell you that there are a number of people who are Q, but there's only one real Q. In other words, you don't put all your eggs in one basket. But the real Q, you don't see their face at all. You just don't. And the real Q doesn't put themselves in the public eye. They can't afford to be caught on camera. They can't afford, because the real Q is playing a role. And I fully understand that person's position. So it's good news in that the Trump team and Trump himself are in no way worried by the way the development is going. And the object is that the bad guys have been so confident of victory for years and years. They got it their own way. They were used to buying people off, blackmailing them, threatening them. And they got to a point where they didn't believe that anything could stop them. And they believed that everything was theirs and that they should have the right to everything. And so they let the guard down. And that's their undoing. And I can truthfully tell you that President Trump does have the backing of the United States military. And the reason that the deep state is going all out against Trump, and I will use Q's words to me tonight, they know that it's either him or them. If they do not succeed in preventing President Trump from having another term of office, they know they're finished. I didn't want to say they're dead, but they know they're finished. And when we talk about a peaceful transition, we are talking about a peaceful transition from Donald Trump to Donald Trump. That is the peaceful transition. And those of you who have listened to me, I've been going 11 years now, but at least for the last 4 or 5 years, I have said to you that the United States military will never have Biden as its commander-in-chief. They go back to 1963. They all made an oath to save the Republic. And they're not going to give up on you, the American people, or us, the people in the world that is so dependent on the United States. And yes, we do have an issue with Iran, and we do have an issue with China. There's an issue with Russia. It's not as big, but there is an issue there. And these are key players. And, I did that talk earlier on, and we did talk about special advanced weapons being used. And I did ask during my conversation, and I, very cheeky really, being a bit British and saying, when, how. And of course I knew that over an open connection, I don't have a scrambler here. That was never going to get that information. I have to go to an embassy for a scrambler. And so it was a case of in the next few days. To which I replied, yeah, but there's only a few left to the 20th, and we both laughed. But I can say to you that as of, I don't know, about half an hour or 40 minutes ago now, that signal with the tweets going from 30 to 10 to 5 and stopping, it's on. The game is on. And to start with, it will be fairly covert. As we move towards the 20th, it will become more overt. And yes, ultimately, mainstream media has got to come down. And that is perhaps the first thing that the general public will see and understand, and maybe the emergency broadcast coming over their mobile phones or their cell phones. So, the ordinary general public will have this in their face. Because they have to see it, they have to learn, and they have to understand what's happened. Not long to go, just be patient. So, President Trump has not resigned. There's all this hacking of websites, etc., etc. He has not resigned. He is in Texas with a military base. The person I spoke to, the real Q, is also in Texas. Of course, anyone is in Texas. That is the place to be. It's the one place that didn't have Dominion voting machines. We should begin to understand the Lone Star State. So don't be destabilized. The bad guys are very good at throwing stuff in our eyes and trying to make us think we've lost when we've won. That's the point. We've won. We just don't know it yet. That will be my slogan, I think. And we'll look back on this time and you'll say, well, that's what Simon said. We'd won, but we just didn't know it. Difficult times ahead, even harder than we've been through now. But I absolutely assure you that we will come out the other end. The people who have planned for this moment have been planning since the murder of JFK. And we did have a little chat, Charlie Ward's favorite topic. We did have a little chat about the coming change in the monetary system, and it was confirmed to me that that is definitely on the cards. Absolutely understood that if you don't change the banking system, if you don't change the way that the money is lent to people, if you don't change the way that money is moved around and all the scams that are done with it, you don't actually change the system. I didn't need a lecture, but I took a lecture regarding, the 1912 coming off the gold standard, the sister ship to the Titanic going down, all of the key names. It was a nice little bit to go back to school, really. But what it showed me was that it was very deeply rooted in this American person, deeply committed to the United States, to the people of the United States, and understood that America has to go back on the gold standard. Isn't that exciting? America has to go back on the gold standard. Isn't that exciting? Right, that's it. I'm tired. You guys have got to be tired. Let's be physically tired, but let's not be emotionally exhausted, because we're going to need more energy. It's not over yet. There's worse to come before it gets better. So just take a break, but just keep fighting, and don't ever stop believing. Don't ever stop believing. And once they get this little get together with us, I think the real Q will obviously remain off. You will not see their face. I don't even know if the voice will be disguised, but certainly we're going to have an opportunity to have that. And God willing, this will get out, and it will really support everyone who's good. All right, speak to you soon. Take care.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I got you. How about now? So, let me just set this back here. Oh. Hold on. There we go. So, here's what I was saying. Simon Parks, I like him. He's a no-nonsense kind of guy. He's unpretentious. He doesn't. He seems like a good guy to me. When he's saying that he talked with Q, and that he's given you information from Q, I challenge that. I don't like that, because, like Todd and I always say, Q has said there are no outside comms. Okay? So anybody, 107, Charlie Ward, Charlie Freak, Simon Parks, anybody that says they know for a fact what's going to happen, I'm going to challenge. Just because I don't think any of us do. And I think it's all speculation. and everybody is wanting to, be the first to come out with information that you need to hear. But the fact remains that Q said no outside comms, and here we're getting Charlie Freak does not claim to have any insight or knowledge or contact. That's great. Thank you, Shannon. Awesome. And we are near the end, maybe reaching out to create a roundtable Zoom call. Arizona Elements, could you elaborate? And I'll look for that. So the Big Ten lost the championship.
Yeah, they just got smoked.
Yep, no surprise there, huh?
Nope, none.
Emma says Dave is Q. I wish I was, I wish I had that level of intelligence. Honestly.
We were just trying to get cued.
Yeah, exactly, right. So Jody says that discredits him. Then no, everything he says. Well, here's the thing. No. So what is he talking about? Like, who did he talk to? Did somebody that he talked to tell them he's Q? They could be connected somehow, but and he's wanting to give us information so that we know. I just challenge that. Todd, what are your thoughts about the whole thing? I know you kind of like this guy too.
Yeah, I mean, I like
Excuse me.
Personally, I treat him just like everybody else. I listen to him, but I don't believe him anybody else. And I wince every time I hear him say, "I talk to Q," just like I wince when I hear anyone saying, "I've been fed information by someone connected."
Right.
Because they can't risk the whole operation to try to get this word out.
Yeah.
We were being followed and being listened to by both sides, I believe, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and we've even had personal conversations on our phones interrupted and had weird things happen. So, okay. So say Simon, say he's he's a good guy and he's putting out the message, and say the Q team, which is, it's a team, there's no Q, there's no one guy. So what did the whole team call him? Or
yeah, exactly. And he did say that it's a lot of people, 200 generals, and we know that it is more than one person, just because of what we've been told by Q.
Yeah.
About that.
But what really gets me is, if we're being tracked, which I believe in my heart that we are, because we're a voice that's getting information out, and I think both sides are listening.
Yeah.
Would it be that hard for someone to actually have a bug or have some kind of tracking device to figure out where that signal's coming from?
Exactly. That's why they can't risk it.
And catch and listen in on that information that's being shared.
And certainly, Todd, once they do have that conversation, they can't have another one.
No.
Because now the black hats are listening to Simon Parks, and so if they call back, they know who, they know where to find him or how to get him. So
the whole thing to me doesn't make a bit of sense. It seems more like he's basically, to me, he's turned into some guy that wants to do a show, and he may have good information, and he may have sources, and he may know more than I know, but I wince when I hear
I do too. Now, somebody said, just because, Jesus rules, just because someone else found it does not mean it's not true. If you know anything about me and Todd, that's not how we determine whether or not something is true. It's not ego-based analysis of what we just heard. It's being a thinking outside the box, being a devil's advocate, and also listening to what 17 had said, no outside comms, right? And so if you're listening to us, we are telling you exactly what's going to happen from a overall perspective, because we have followed 17, extensively, and POTUS. And those are the two that we really should be focused on, and Scavino, because that is the team. We know they are part of the 17 team because that's been proven based on the communication. Anything outside of that is window dressing, in our opinion. And so when somebody says that they have inside intel, they have inside, most of that we find to be incorrect. And I'll give you an example. I have somebody close to me that's on the inside. They can't tell me anything. Especially because when I speak, 10,000 people listen, 20,000 people, whatever night we're on. They can't release that information. So that's why Todd and I are trying to figure this out, right? We're doing the dives at timestamps. We're going to tweets. We're going to, memory. We're going to information. We're just trying to figure it out. And we're going to say, yeah, it might go down tonight, might go down tomorrow, but we know it's going to happen. It's just everybody's jockeying for position to be the ones with the ultimate knowledge. And I just would prefer that we're not speaking as in absolutes. The one thing I did like that he said, the question was, where did we get, other than Trust Kansas, where did we get that he was going to go from 30 to 20 to 15 to 5 to 0? Do we know where that came from?
It was, when I saw it, it was in the chat below.
The chat below what?
Below one of Pompeo's tweets. That's how I came across it. I was reading the replies.
Okay.
And then it was already like people were sending me stuff on it, and I was like,
yeah.
Well, then I started thinking, well, how much attention do we pay to it, because it is outside comms.
Yeah.
And I don't remember anything in the drop saying, specifically, to pay attention to his Twitter account or, do his time.
Right.
And so basically my deal on this is I want to get the information out through the timestamps and the referring back to the drops. I want to get that out because 17 wants us to get that out.
Exactly.
Because that's the information he's giving us, and he's making us dig, and he made us learn his comms or their comms in order to find that information, and not everybody does it the same way. So our information sometimes is not totally different from David Reinert's information. It's just we get there differently.
Yep.
And if you look at the overall statement that he made tonight, it's in line with everything that we've talked about for the last 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't have any arguments with what he said, and I don't care that he said what he said. I'm just saying that, if you follow Q as hard as we do, one thing that's pounded in your head is no outside comms.
Right.
Period. End of story. Don't argue it. It's in the drops.
Jojo Nicholas says Parks was swallowing too much during his referring to speaking with Q. Jojo, are you like you know how to tell when somebody's not being honest? Jambone says, how do we know we're reading them correctly? That's a great question.
Because we know because they confirm to us when we're on the right path.
Exactly.
For instance, if I'll just take it, this will be a quick little analogy. President Trump tweets at 9:39. We go to drop 9:39. Pretty simple. 9:39 talks about something that may or may not be happening right now, or may be happening this week. And then we go off of the other timestamps that we know, like the triple digit numbers or the reverse mirror numbers, or numbers that add up to 17, or numbers that are isolated on their own. And we do all the mirrored. And say, for instance, the first one we go to says, expand your thinking. And then we follow it 2 more down the road, and it's talking about the same subject, and it says, now expand your thinking more. It reads like a book when you do it right. There's no question when you're doing this right that it reads like a book. It doesn't jump around. It doesn't talk about China, and then the next one talk about Hillary Clinton. It continues on the subject, and it verifies and confirms back to the previous drops, and it reads like a story. So when you're right on it, you know you're down the right path. It's confirmed. It's like reading a book. Now when you're on the wrong path, and it's over, when it doesn't go on forever, it starts talking about subjects unrelated. So that's when you stop, because otherwise they could link the whole thing together. But that's how I do it, and there's no doubt that that's what it does. It confirms.
That's a great question, by the way, that was asked. Like, how do we know, that we're reading them correctly? And the great answer from Todd is that the actual answer is confirmed. It's a confirmation based on the subject matter that we're tracking. And we've had hundreds and hundreds of confirmations, if not thousands, on this broadcast. Somebody asked, who asked that? Dave, how did you and Todd meet? Kara asked that. Xena Cobra. You wanna field this one? Do you remember the first day we met? I imagine you would. I've forgotten, but I imagine you would remember.
I think I was walking into Griffin High School, and I said, "Who's that big, gangly, skinny dude with the big calves?"
And somebody said, "That's Coach Piacek." No, what?
You probably turned around and said, "Who's the hippie with the long hair?" Because I had hair down to my shoulders in high school.
Exactly. I'm sure we probably met at freshman year double sessions football. Because we were both on the freshman football team, and we would have done double sessions before we even started school. And which was great, because I came from Ohio, and I came into Springfield, Illinois, and I didn't know anybody. So I was able to make some great friends as my football teammates before school even started. So that was in 1979. 1979.
And I remember saying, this isn't for me, because
the football.
At that point, there were already people saying, "Why are you risking your career when you're not going to be a football player?" Because I was obviously not going to be a football player.
Well, I did the same thing, right? I had a decent arm, but Venturini had the number one position, and basketball was calling to me because I grew to be 6'3" my freshman year, and football, I was getting injured. That was the first time I injured my back because I was just growing too much and my muscles weren't keeping up. So enough about our stroll down memory lane, but thank you for that question. So Tanya, I wanted to see if Simon Parks, if that information came from Parks' blog to watch Pompeo's timestamps. Shannon says, "Let's see those calves, Dave." We're gonna have to, folks. That's gonna be extra. Let me put the donation. Let me
That'll
put
be
the
on the-
donation up.
Dave's Calves webcam.
Here, let me go. SNED donations right there. Calf donations right there. If you want to see the calves. But I wanted to see if it was Simon Parks that was the first to break that about the Pompeo tweets, because that could be significant. And again, I don't want to discredit anybody, because I think that Simon Parks, I think, has given out some great information. I just want to warn anybody about absolutes, and certainly about people that have, contacts in the know, because I do, and they can't tell me anything, because it would for example, Simon Parks saying that he's definitely in Texas. I'm sorry, but nobody's going to tell anybody where the President of the United States, who is the number one most hunted person on the planet by the cabal, they're not going to give up his location to somebody that doesn't need to know. That's just common sense to me.
And to broadcast it.
And to broadcast it, to not just, okay, we'll tell you, Simon, don't tell anybody else, but to broadcast it out to thousands, and thousands of people that might be in Texas, close to where he is. So
yeah, I caught that too.
Cindy says, "Hey Dave, did you see President Trump's speech when you were in D.C.? News outlets are saying patriots didn't have enough time to get to Congress." Yes, I watched the entire speeches. We heard both Eric and Don Jr. speak, their wives, Ivanka, and we also heard President Trump, and then got together with some SNED heads, got some photo ops, came out, tried to look for, had to leave my backpack behind because they wouldn't let backpacks in, had to leave a few things behind, and they were going to maybe give those back to us. And then we started walking down Constitution. We walked down Constitution. A lot of people went down Pennsylvania, but it was jammed. And so I'd say maybe a few minutes before we got to the Capitol was when we heard, Margaret had heard from her daughter that Pence allowed the vote to go through, allowed the electorates to go through. So we actually found out about it before we got there. But we also didn't, we weren't there when they allowed those people in. I will tell you that. Like, it wasn't the people coming from the Trump rally that went and then got in. That was done ahead of time, if not, the day before in some situations. People were saying that.
Well,
Dave,
the last thing on Simon,
yeah,
and this goes for anybody, the way I treat it is I look at everything so skeptically right now, that more damage can be done by you buying into these people, to anybody that's telling you they know everything and listen to me. And that includes, there's no reason to believe everything we say. And the only thing I'd say that we do is we tell you we don't know. We have a good idea about, based on the information, based on the drops, based on all the timestamps. We always say this is a fact that this tweet timestamp links up to this drop. Yeah. And this is what is said. Now, other people like to go out of the box and they like to say, my friend of a friend told me that their friend knows President Trump and he said this. And, more damage is going to be done in the long run by listening to people who are spreading disinformation,
right, than
you being skeptical of all of it.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
just take it in. And then when you see some, if everybody's saying the same thing, then you can kind of be like, I've heard this from Vincent Kennedy's Twitter, and I've heard it from Dan Scavino's, and I've heard it from Ivanka's Trump's, and you can kind of put the puzzle together that way, and take bits of information and see where it fits in the puzzle. But by all means, I wouldn't sit there and say, yeah, he said they're going to use the rods of God in China. How the hell does he know that?
Right.
How does anybody know that that's not on the Q team, and only 10 people on the planet know the plan?
And by the way, we'll listen to Simon with open ears, and I'll check my coat. I checked my coat with Simon. I'll tell you that right now, guys. When I watch somebody like him, I'll check my coat, like I ask you to do when you come in here. But then grab your coat when you leave, and then see what what jives, what doesn't jive. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy either. I'm just saying, just question everything and challenge everything, including me, like Todd just said. Christy just said that Robert Steele had he and Charlie on. Why would he have them on if they're bad guys? I'm not saying they're bad guys, but I will say, Charlie was talking about, the new king. He built a whole audience on the new king, folks, and that was a farce. So, I think I like Charlie. I think he's a good guy. That bothered me a lot. And his explanation of that really didn't get me over that whole situation. And so, and Robert David Steele, he's come out with some stuff that wasn't true too. Okay, so but I admire him, and I would love to have him on the show. But it's just that I think the lesson to be learned here is just, what's fact, what's speculation. And here we try to say the difference. We say, okay, this is speculation, this is fact. This can be proven empirically, this cannot. So this is the speculation based on the evidence we have, the empirical evidence we have. And so we just give our best guess. But the thing that bothers me is when, I got an inside contact that tells me this is happening, and I can't count the number of times I have heard the truth movement use that term, and it disappointed. That's all. Now.
It's just like an announcement in the news.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. There's disinformation everywhere.
Yeah.
Even from trusted sources that get it. It's just like, the 5 different times that we thought, oh my God, it looks like it's going to be this weekend. And then now that we look back, that was brilliant that 17 used us to get that message out.
Yeah.
To get everybody all the bad guys ready for something that wasn't coming, and to see what their moves and counter moves are going to be. So it's brilliant. And was I disappointed at the time? Oh yeah, because I read the tea leaves, and I read the tea leaves over, and the tea leaves told me this has got to be it. And even all the Twitter timestamps, Scavino and Trump, and multiple times daily, were hitting the same thing, saying, "Oh yeah, this is it, hitting the drops," and then it didn't happen, and I was disappointed. But now that I look back, we were part of the deception. That makes me feel good. That I'll take the loss on being right in order for the whole plan to work.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to find Lo Denko. I'm going to find... it may be too far back. So now let's talk about the Insurrection Act as well. Now, one of the things you've been hearing going around is that he signed the Insurrection Act. So here's my thing about that. he already signed the executive order establishing the Insurrection Act. I don't think anything else needs to be signed. So when people started saying that he signed the Insurrection Act, I was like, well, wait a minute. He already signed, okay, the executive order saying that he has permission to do the Insurrection Act. And here's my example of that. If Todd and I are living together in the same house and our deal is, we're going to split the rent, we're going to split the groceries, and and if I go in to the refrigerator and I want to pour myself a glass of milk, I don't have to sign anything. I don't have to check in with Todd. I don't have to do that because we already have that established, that foundation. So when I started hearing that he signed the Insurrection Act, I started calling bullshit on that. Now, I'll tell you this right now. I may be wrong. Like maybe he needed to sign something in addition to that. But I don't think so. I think all he has to do is enact the act that he already signed. So that's just an example of some of this information that's coming out.
I have an extreme thought on that.
Yeah.
The day that President Trump was elected, he was a wartime president.
Exactly. From 9/11.
Yeah, the state of war was from September 14th, 2001, and it was left open that way for Hillary.
Yeah. And
so then if you want to just double down on that, he's already a wartime president, so he doesn't need Congress's approval to go to war because we're already in a state of war. Secondly, in 2018 when he signed the emergency, the state of emergency, in which he was talking about the elections and possible foreign interference in our elections.
Yeah.
When he put us into a state of emergency, even if you put us into the state of emergency for COVID.
Yeah, exactly. He's got more states of emergency that he could act upon than any probably sitting president ever.
Right, and I use this analogy for everybody. If you've ever played Super Mario, and when Mario's bouncing along, and then all of a sudden you see that big mushroom, and you eat that big mushroom, and it makes so he can't die. Trump ate the big mushroom as soon as he walked into the office, but then another mushroom so he was like he had superpowers as president. He just chose not to use them. Yeah.
So a couple things I want to hit. I want to touch on a few questions that are going on here. First of all, you guys were trying to get my attention on somebody, and I couldn't go back far enough. So could you please put it again, and I'll look for that. Also, if you're on a 30-second delay when you comment, it might have to do with the fact that you haven't downloaded the app or haven't joined Twitch. I think that might have something to do with it. You might be able to get a quicker response once you're a member of Twitch. GQ says 15,000 troops heading to the Capitol. Is that true? And 17 has said some disinformation is necessary. Absolutely. So Simon, maybe he's in on the inside and he's part of this is disinfo. Okay. Thank you, Christy. I'll check that out. But what I also wanted to say is a couple things. Twitch motivates. I think Dave should reach out to him. He seems happy to share his knowledge. Was the third? Would you mind sending that to me at davesnet@gmail, please? Julie says, Dave, what do you think of General McInerney? I think he's a patriot. I think he's well dialed in what he was talking about that we covered the past couple of days. Those videos of him in the White House were spot on. And he's dripping a little bit of information, by the way. Okay. And now there was something else. Yeah, it was the third. I agree. Yeah. So please hit me up with the information. Oh, Twitch Motivates is here. Okay. So Twitch Motivates, you can reach out to me via email as well, and let's connect. Let's see. Let's see. I wanted to, yeah, invoked. He invoked the Insurrection Act, right? Now, okay, so let's talk about. Some people were asking about Nancy appointing Dingell, and I think she knows that she's in trouble. She knows she's in trouble, and so she appointed this woman, Debbie Dingell, to as the Speaker pro tempore of the House. And some say she was just arrested. We are trying to uncover the truth. If you have any of the leads, please post them below. So here's what I think has happened, okay? One of a couple things. That she was arrested, which she should be. She must be. It's just a matter of time when. The question is, has she been arrested yet? Let me be clear. Nancy Pelosi will be arrested for treason. Okay? We talk about facts and speculation. Okay? The empirical facts are that Nancy Pelosi has committed treason against these United States of America. We know that to be true on multiple occasions. Now, in a just world, just like my predictions, my friend challenged me on my predictions like years ago about the Clintons. Like, they were never arrested. It's like, well, dude, they controlled the courts. They also killed anybody that spoke out against them. So people were either cowering in fear and not about to come forward, because everybody that did come forward was murdered, okay? Or they just, did come forward, but the system that they had control over squashed them, squashed their information. Look at what Hillary did with people like Juanita Broderick, who had real actual claims of rape against, Bill Clinton, and she was made out to be a crazy woman, or, by Hillary. And it's like, so that's the kind of stuff that was going down. So in an unjust society such as that, not only do you have people like the Clintons who get away with it, but they rise to the top of the heap through that behavior. And so in this day and age, Pelosi, in that same infrastructure, would not be arrested, even though empirical evidence shows that she committed treason. But in this new paradigm, she will be arrested for treason. And she will be tried in a military court of law for treason. And that's speculation. But that's speculation based on the empirical evidence of her crimes, and also the empirical evidence that has been forming around President Donald Trump for justice. Because 17 has told us there will be justice. So that's the speculation of what's going to happen, And so, was she arrested yesterday? Maybe. She's going to be. We just don't know when. Did she not show up because she saw those cages around the Capitol and got a little nervous, and all the National Guard? Okay, so she didn't want to show up there, so she sent somebody in her place. Doesn't that sound like her, Todd? She's not going to take that risk. She's going to send somebody in her place.
Right.
Which is this woman Dingell. Right? And so, wasn't this a pretty important day in Congress?
You think?
And the head of Congress is a no-show?
Very telling.
Think that through, folks.
she was so happy to march those articles of impeachment over the first time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, by herself. I mean, yeah, she
Well,
did it.
after she kept them in her car for 30 days because they couldn't get the virus together fast enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they still mistimed it, or that would have been a big problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if they would have gotten that timed out, if they would have released what the V before,
Yeah.
and we would have been in that and impeachment at the same time, that would have been a very difficult situation. But as it hit, he basically got out of impeachment before it got really bad.
Hey,
So
Blumen,
now you
go
wonder
ahead.
about you wonder about why she didn't, they rushed it to get it through the House, and then tapped the brakes for 30 days before she delivered the articles. So that
Mhm.
always stuck in my crawl as, did the white hats get a hold of her and say,
Right. Right.
I don't know how far back this goes as far as the control of these puppets,
Yeah.
but we may be looking at a long movie here and not even know it. We might not be talking about the last 6 months of a movie. We might be looking at the 4 years as a movie.
Well, here's the thing. Parks. One of the things that Parks said that I really resonated with is that, listen, guys, this is going to get. You think that everything's going to be fine after this? One of the things I was thinking about was, oh my God, imagine the response when people are going to flip out when they find out that Joe Biden isn't going to be president. This is going to be a shitstorm.
Well, there's a Trump card, and I think I know what it is.
Yeah.
What if Trump announces NASARA, and
Yeah, of course.
everybody learns what NASARA is?
Yeah.
How we get back all of the monies that were taken from us. We have to evacuate the presidency. We have to elect a brand new government from scratch.
Yeah.
And all of the things, the medical devices that'll be released so that we won't have to worry about CV anymore.
Yeah.
Talk about tamping out a fire, Dave. When you're talking about giving everybody in the world a chance to prosper, and you're going to cure their illness that they've been fighting for the last year, that's closed their schools and eliminated all the fun things that we could ever do about getting together. If you're not holding on to a Trump card at that point, then what the hell's a Trump card?
Exactly. Todd, Muchas Gaseous says Hunter's laptop. That's another Trump card.
There's more.
Sorry.
There's so many Trump cards, but I still think the one that everybody's really forgetting about is NASARA Jassar, because when you fill people's pockets full of money and you cure their illnesses, what the hell is your argument from there, son? Oh, I'm still a big Biden fan.
Yeah.
Okay, get over it. We're not going to have this sickness anymore. We're not going to have famine and poverty anymore. How about those apples? You're not going to have an electric bill because the Tesla energy is going to hit. We're unleashing the med beds next week. Okay, all this big thing that it is, but it's the absolute Trump card. In my opinion, I think that's the Trump of Trump cards.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's the one that takes care of the people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so if you're talking about Trump cards, I mean, the rest of them, it's great if somebody gets prosecuted, if somebody goes to jail for doing something wrong, that's not going to gain favoritism for you. And especially with the part about stepping away from the presidency. Okay, dictator, you're gone. And then we let all this come out in the meantime while we had the 120 days for the election, right?
Yeah.
Truth comes to light. We learn about all these people that did all these terrible things, these crimes against humanity. They all come out. And then when we vote on our next president, we have all of the cards on the table, and we know everything about everyone. Do you think Joe Biden's going to be a candidate when all the stuff comes out about him, Dave?
No.
Who do you think is going to want to run against President Trump after he releases Nassara Jassara? Why do you think that painting of Monroe has been so prominent lately? He's going to run unopposed. He's going to walk.
No one's going to run. No one's going to run against the guy who saved the world.
The people are going to carry.
That's the bottom line.
The people will carry him in on their shoulders.
Yeah.
And then he can continue his work.
Yeah. So that is going to be the final, like you say, the trump card, and he's got so many. The question is, does he play the trump card before he shows us who Joe Biden really is? Because to me, I think what's important is people kind of slapped awake. Like, what were you thinking voting for Joe Biden? Look what he's done. Look what his son is doing. Look what these people have done. Look at their crimes against humanity. I think that all comes out. And then, listen, this is what's happening. We're going into Nassara.
Well, that's
releasing
that's
the patents.
You know, if you're playing No Limit Texas Hold'em and you're sitting on aces, do you slow play them or do you tell everybody you got them? You know,
well,
if you slow play them, you can get beat.
Yep.
Now, if I've got the ultimate game-winning trump card, you know, especially when it comes to this situation, if you want to defuse and you want to save people from rioting, give them a little time to think about it during the blackout. Announce all this stuff that's happening and what your plans are.
Yeah.
And then you proceed. I mean, because that diffuses the bomb, doesn't it?
Yeah. But he could have defused the bomb a long time ago, Todd. He's waiting until the damn fuse is right up next to the bomb, and everyone's. Go ahead.
But that gives you that. This whole time has been exposure. You know, the people didn't see Congress vote for giving somebody having $1 billion stimulus package and only giving us a measly $600 a piece. That was exposure.
Yeah.
And that was supposed to be nothing but a CV relief bill. It should have been $1 billion right into the people's pockets. Nothing else attached.
Well, here's the other thing about that. And by the way, Jesus rules. Nassara is very real. I didn't say that it wasn't. It's very real. It's going to happen. We got a global currency reset. I've been involved in that over 12 years. I've got a lot of experience with the global currency reset. This is here's the thing. Going to your poker analogy, Todd. You would slow play your aces if you know the cards the other players are playing and holding. And 17 knows the other cards, knows their cards. That's the difference I would say to that. That 17 knows their cards, knows every card they're going to play before they play it. But but good thing, and I mean, yeah, it's a diffuser, no question about it, and it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, that's the hard thing.
Anyone here? Here we are at war with China. Yeah, we've been at war with China for a long time, but an insurrection war and so much. But we have not, from what I understand, we have not declared war with China. That would be an act of Congress. And yes, please send a video to Messenger. Thank you, Judy. And who else am I missing? By the way, yeah, China's broke. They're gonna go down, and that's why, Doug. That's why they're trying everything they can.
Well, remember in the summer how broke they were, that they had to actually paint lead bricks gold to try to get loans.
Yeah. Who
Remember
hasn't
that?
tried that?
Yeah,
Who hasn't tried that one, Todd?
I know. I did it at my bank, and they just they laughed and said, "Okay, Todd."
Yeah. Rory, don't let your phone update, guys. Don't let your phone update. Dave, is it a good idea to buy gold right now? Now, I'm glad you asked that, Alice, because I think this is a conversation we should all have. Okay. Here's my recommendation. First of all, if you knew my financial situation, my personal financial situation, which is obviously very personal and it's not something you just share out with anybody, but if you did know my personal financial situation, you would know that you should not take financial advice from me. Let me start with that, okay? And so now, given that, what would I do if I had some extra money? I would buy silver. I think silver is going to go up more than gold. And if you have six figures to invest, like that kind of investment, that's a different story. And I do have somebody that I could put you in touch with for that. That is brilliant and has crushed the market and makes Warren Buffett look like a schoolboy. But my money is like, I think silver's great. I don't know about this Bitcoin. I had heard from Whiplash about the Bitcoin that was going to crash, and it did. But I'm not familiar with Bitcoin and any of that stuff. But I do think that silver, is gonna be good. And guys, if you're looking at buying silver, and you go to the IndoctriNATION.com, and if you go down to Dismay silver on the marketplace, if you go to the marketplace and you scroll down, not only can you get colloidal silver, which is silver water, which is fantastic, but you can go to Dismay Coin, and Dismay Coin has some fantastic Trump coins, 17 coins, and also we're going to do some silver here with Jeff. We got to make that happen, where we're going to offer some silver bullion as well. But these are some great commemorative coins here as well. Especially, normally I would say don't buy commemorative, honestly, because commemorative it's like you just buy silver, so it's revalued. So there's two ways to buy silver. One is you want to buy silver just the spot price kind of, silver value, in my opinion. The other is get some commemorative as well, because this is the guy that's he's going to make silver go through the roof when he announces Nasara Jasara. And so, get some commemorative of the guy that's making that happen, because I think there's going to be a lot of value in that, because, folks, we are living through a time in human history which is unprecedented. Somebody said, please go to Kayleigh McEnany's tweet, Todd. I'm watching now the movie I watched just before I took my job in D.C. I still believe. I still believe in your faithfulness. I still believe in your truth. I still believe in your holy word. Even when I don't see, I still believe. One of the Snedheads thought that, maybe that's kind of a calm, or maybe a kind of a shout out to, we are watching a movie, and just believe, that I still believe. So like to see that kind of stuff out there. We don't take it as like formal comms or anything. but certainly, cool to get something like that from Kaylee. So thanks for sharing that, guys.
Yeah, and that goes across the board, Dave. I mean, did anybody see Don Jr. on his birthday on the New Year's Eve night?
Mm-hmm.
And he had this big party, and he was just having so much fun, and the family was there, and they were just all having a blast. And every time you see him talk before a Trump rally, or you saw him in D.C. Wednesday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at what they're facing if they don't pull off what they have to pull off.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think is going to happen to Don Jr. if Biden becomes president and they have control of everything? What's going to happen to the Trump family? What's going to happen all the way down? They're going to be destroyed, folks.
Yeah.
Do you see them sweating bullets?
Todd, I'm so glad you brought that up, because you know how we see how desperate the Democrats are acting, right?
Yep.
The Pelosi's and all that, right?
Yeah.
So given that, right, and we know who's losing, and we know who acts desperate when they're losing. They're acting that desperate because they know their life is over. Both as they know it, with their, freezers full of all kinds of ice creams, okay, and private jet flights and beautiful hotels and beautiful meals and don't paying for a thing, and money just flowing. You're setting up your kids. These are our politicians. They are lining their own pockets with our money. They are going to lose that lifestyle, and many of them are going to lose their life, period. So they are fighting for survival. That's why you see this desperate act. That's why you see all this show, this folly. Now, whether they're white hat controlled or black hat controlled, you're seeing desperation play out just the way it should, because they're fighting for survival. What Todd's saying about Don Jr. and Ivanka and all these folks, if they lose, like literally, if Biden wins the presidency, their life is over as they know it, because these people will come back to them. When he was president, Chuck Schumer said the intelligence community has 6 ways to Sunday to get back at you, okay? And they're going to be private citizens, and they're going to be safe from this whole thing? No. So they're fighting for their life too. But look how calm they are. Saw them at the rally. They were laughing, they were high-fiving, they were hugging, they were telling funny stories. They were happy. I don't see that from the left. They've got this. They know this.
When did that desperation start, Dave?
When did the desperation start? Oh my God. When they realized that Trump had a chance of winning, and they decided, well, even before that, even before he had a chance of winning, it wasn't really desperate. It was just, I think, offensive when they started tapping his Carter Page.
Well, they bugged Trump Tower. They bugged every. They started from day one with the desperation.
Yeah.
They knew that if Trump got in, it was over. Remember the famous quote from HRC?
If he wins, we'll all hang.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So why attack a guy every day for 4 years plus?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it takes a lot of energy to keep attacking and keep coming up with things. Oh, yeah, he's this. Let's try that. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, he's a Russian agent. Yeah, we got this. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's been desperation from the day he set his toe in office.
Yeah.
They couldn't let this happen, and it did. So they've known about this for 4 years plus. Hillary was supposed to take that spot, and Hillary was supposed to carry on the same plan that was going to finish us off.
Yeah, exactly. A couple things. One, if you have JFK silver coins, that's great. Too, because those are actually in circulation coins, which they'll have their value, and if they have silver content, they'll be valuable as well. Janice said Dave has changed since when he started, and I'm curious as to how you think I may have changed since I started and when you started watching me. Okay, Claudia, I'll see if I can find that in Messenger. Let's see.
I'm still the same guy.
Let me see. Let me see if I can find you. Okay. Let's see. Robin Bolster says Ice Ice Baby. Yeah, they were doing that birthday party with
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
How cool. How much fun.
Yeah.
And think back to when even the drops referred to when did Don Jr. give up his security detail?
Right.
Did you think by then that they thought they had it taken care of, pretty handled?
Well, yeah, that was when was that, Todd? That was at least 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's when Don Jr. gave up his security detail. That's how long they've had a handle on this. Jan says that Admiral Rogers is a hero. Absolutely, because Admiral Rogers was the one that told President Trump that Trump Tower was being bugged by the NSA by order of Obama administration. Guys, they got so much dirt on these people. They're all going down.
And why keep a guy like what's the guy that ran for president that has the Chinese honeypot?
Swalwell.
Yeah, Swalwell. Yeah.
Swalwell.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't remember it, because I had a nickname for him. In what world would he stay on his committee, his intel committee, and be a member of the Gang of Eight? The reason they let him stay there is because they know it doesn't matter. They're not telling him anything, and he's going to be gone anyway. So who cares?
Yeah.
He would have been knocked off an intel committee just for the look of being inappropriate in the past.
Yep.
I'm talking 30 years ago. You couldn't have had a Chinese scandal like that and stayed on any committee. You would have just you would have probably had to resign. But why is nobody really pushing for that now? Because who cares?
Yeah.
It's like they're playing Tea Party up there.
Yep. Pete says, yes, Dave changed. He quadrupled the length of his broadcasts. Yes. Well, Pete, come on. Can you blame me, man? We've also gotten quadruple the amount of information that we've got.
God.
Guys, have you ever lived at a time when there was more information happening every single day? And
cared about?
And that's just the mainstream, right? Like when you also step outside the mainstream and you start looking down all those rabbit holes, and it's all coming. It's just absolutely huge, but that's hilarious, Pete.
I still have friends, Dave, that say they just don't get into politics.
Oh my God.
And they're not stupid people. They're not. It's successful. They got their business. They got their family. As long as they're able to go from point A to point B, I don't care. They're all the same.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I try to tell them.
Hello.
No, they're not the same.
No.
They might have been for a while there. But.
Yeah. They might have been. In the paradigm of the right left, and they're the same because it's like Bush and Kerry. They're both skull and bones. guys
Right.
are the same people. They're the same cabal. They're the same. Yeah, in that dynamic, yes.
Yep.
Love Dove 101 says you are calmer, you look healthier, you are a good guy. Thank you, Love Dove. I appreciate that. General Flynn is a hero. Absolutely. The only thing consistent is change, somebody said. They don't get into politics. It only affects our entire lives. Anna says that.
I know.
That's hilarious. Oh, yeah. Sheila says, and Dave used to sleep. Yeah, remember those days? Oh, man. I pray you are all right about all of this. Sonny, let me just say this. I'm never wrong, except with that statement right there that I just said. Now what are you going to do? Huh? No, it's just the thing that I pray that I'm right too, Sonny. And but here's the thing, and I've said this many times, even if we're not right, the amount of information that we've been given as a society, as humanity, will never change. The people that have betrayed us will never be able to walk down the streets again without being ridiculed. They won't be able to be with their children or their grandchildren without being called a traitor, without being held up to a mirror and said, look at you, you betrayed humanity. Okay? That's why 17 needed our involvement through all this. Mary Ellen says, I agree, Dave has gotten a bit more intense. We're at war. You want me intense. Okay? Don't go watch some pacifists. Don't go watch some, listen to somebody who's saying we're not at war. We are at war for our humanity. So I get intense and I get passionate over that. And I've always been intense. I played professional basketball. I will go through you, around you, over you. Any way I can get to the basket, I will make that happen. And so I have been trained to overcome obstacle after obstacle after obstacle, primarily people that are bigger than me, stronger than me, and faster than me, that I had to figure out how to get around and through them. And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with this cabal that is bigger than us, stronger than us, faster than us, but not when we unite. When we unite, we are most powerful. That's why I love team sport. That's why I love basketball. Because you could take 5 guys that play better together than 5 other athletes that are all better athletes, and you can crush them because you use teamwork. And we're using teamwork here.
Speaking of that, Dave, do you remember when we went to Breeze Mater Day?
I do.
Do you remember when we walked out on the court that every one of us was like a giant compared to them?
Yes.
And do you remember how I kind of looked at him and I was like, that kid doesn't look like he could play on our freshman team?
Yep.
And I think we got beat by, maybe 20 or 30.
That was one of my worst memories of basketball. Thank you for bringing that up.
We got beat. These guys played like they were the Princeton, you know how Princeton plays, like the back cuts and the screens. And I was just amazed. I was like, talent-wise, there wasn't one kid on that team that would have made our team, I don't think, on individual talent.
No, exactly.
But as far as playing as a team, they were a swift watch. Yeah. And I was just amazed when I walked off the court. I was like, wow, that's what team basketball can do.
And you know what else, Todd? We were up screwing around that night, too.
Well, that's normal.
Yeah, but we didn't take it seriously. Those boys were in bed.
Oh, yeah.
And
they've been playing together since they were probably 5.
Yes. Yep.
So they knew by the look they gave each other that they were going to back cut and where the ball would be. And it just blew my mind because I was like, how did that happen?
Yep. MW says, every time I came for the first month, I thought someone was stealing my coats. I finally learned you had to ask for them when you left. That's great. Shelley says, Dave has a voice like Bill O'Reilly. I realized that the other day. Excellent voice. Thank you. Thank you, Shelley. By the way, I told you guys I was going to test you on something. Now, Janine, I think it was, I still didn't get to your, if you were the one that said I've changed, but I'm not seeing you, so I'm sorry if I missed you. Let's see. Shannon Green, I love this Sned family. So do I, Shannon. Isn't it awesome? Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, Team Sned. So let me pull this up. Okay, let me pull this
Has
up.
any place gone dark yet?
Yeah, exactly. That's hilarious. Hey, have any of you lost your internet?
Anybody without communications out there?
Okay, I'm going to play this, and I want you to tell me if you can hear it.
I know many of you,
guys.
especially those of you overseas, continue and have done heroic work.
Listen to
Thank
this
you.
voice and see if you can
I
tell
want to
who it
commend
is.
VOA's Hong Kong reporting team, which faced political intimidation,
And put your
harassment,
answers
attacks,
down at the bottom.
but still got the job done.
I
My
can't
highest
play along.
praise. Well done. You were behind the barricades of the freedom fighters telling their stories. You're upholding VOA's
Okay.
finest traditions and continuing to be the voice of American exceptionalism. I also want to pay
Okay,
tribute
now
to
everyone
members
says
of
Pompeo.
the other radio services who are
Okay,
here and listening.
but now close your
The only
eyes
Uyghur
and
language
think
news
who
service
else
in
it
the world
is. Who
is
else
run
it could
by
be.
RFA.
Who does he sound like?
You've told everyone who will
I'm going to
listen,
give you a hint.
indeed some who
He's
didn't
an
want
actor.
to, the truth about the CCP's atrocities against its own people in Xinjiang, the stain of the century. And you've done so despite the fact that the CCP has jailed the relatives of at least 6 RFA journalists in Xinjiang's internment camps and continues to threaten you and your families simply for doing your jobs. Your work takes courage. Please keep telling everyone who will listen what's happening in the toughest parts of the world. The world expects it, and America will be better off for it. I want to leave you.
Okay, Mountain Chickadee got it. Let me see who else has got some guesses. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Mountain Chickadee got it. Tom Selleck. Doesn't he sound like Tom Selleck?
I want to leave you with a quote.
Oh,
that conveys
yeah.
why the VOA's mission is so critical. Before I take some questions from Bob.
I know you're not seeing it.
This
It's
quote's
about
from a
the
ways
sound.
back. It's from George Washington. He said, quote, "Truth will ultimately prevail where there is pains to bring it to light," end of quote. When America brings truth to the world, we bring light. Don't forget that. It's what you do. May God bless you. May God bless the voice of America. And God bless these United States. Thank you all.
He's the boss. He's calm. Look how calm that dude is. Right? You guys don't think he sounds like Tom Selleck? I think he does. All right, I'm pulling up some Tom Selleck. You don't, yeah.
See, hey, they don't believe everything you say, Dave.
Exactly. Don't challenge me. Don't question what I say.
No,
All right,
you
hold on.
can't be in this cult anymore if you're going to start that.
Exactly. Exactly. Don't be starting that thinking for yourself business. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. All right, let me see.
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera.
Here today, obviously, we are joined today by our friend Tom Selleck. He was just commenting on the enthusiasm in here.
Yeah.
Nice work, ladies and gents.
Thank you for that.
You also had a fairly big birthday. Are you 7?
Oh, it was small. It was little. It was, yeah.
Is it okay to say your age?
You say it. I don't want to hear it.
He turned 75 in January. I know that. Now, it's so weird when people applaud your birthday. They're
Yeah.
like, well, you made it.
Well, I made it.
I'm 51, and I never had a weird thing about. I always cheated up. Like when people asked me about my age, I would lie and say you're older. So by the time I got to 30 and 40 and 50, I wouldn't care. And now I really don't care. Person any decade or age
I don't think
wigged
I've
you out at
ever
all?
cheated up.
No, but did birthdays ever?
Well, it was weird for me because I
Trip you
didn't
out?
work a lot in my 20s. When I was 25, I looked 35 and sounded 15. So.
Now, I know many of you, especially those of you overseas, continue and have done heroic work. Thank you. I want to commend VOA's Hong Kong reporting team.
Right, kind of close. Tom's is a little deeper, a little sexier, especially when you could picture Pompeo, right? But at any rate, hey, what's a little indoctrination without a little Rachel Ray, folks? Right? I mean, the show's falling off a little bit, Todd. We're playing Rachel Ray clips. What's going on?
Yeah, scraping the bottom of the barrel.
We're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
We must be close to darkness.
Oh, that's great.
We got no drops. We got no tweets.
Now, by the way, did anybody listen to the audio clip? And I'm forgetting where it came from. Please remind me. I do like Selleck. I think he's awesome. But at any rate, does anybody remember getting the audio of the woman who got together with Marla Maples and Tiffany Trump and went to the Don Jr. birthday party? I'm sorry, the New Year's Eve party. I think it was also Don Jr.'s party.
Yeah.
And then Trump left and went back to Washington, right? There was a woman that she said she had a birthday or a Christmas gift for President Trump. And it was going to be the best Christmas present he ever got. And what she did was she showed up with this Christmas gift, which was evidence of the Italian collusion in the 2020 election. And she had the evidence of it. And that was the reason why that he left Mar-a-Lago and went back to D.C. because they had absolute proof.
Yeah, that was the final key. That was the final nail in the coffin. That connected the dots. See,
Right.
I think they needed that.
Richard, that was you. Yes, thank you, buddy. Yes, Richard sent it to me.
Yeah, that connection was that's the indisputable thing that ties it all together.
Yes. Yeah. Let me see.
And it took one hell of an ally to pull that off, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Richard, we got to figure out why I can't find you on my messenger. This is crazy. That doesn't make any sense. Richard, will you send me a little message on Messenger so I have your thing right in front of me?
And hey, Dave, Thomas Klein, so he's waited a year for you to accept his friend request.
Thomas Klein, I have not accepted your friend request, Thomas. My man, we've talked on the phone, for crying out loud. How could I not accept your friend request? What is wrong with you, Todd? What the heck?
I said, usually there is a year check-in period for you.
There we go. Thomas, you and I are friends. There we go. There you go. I'm sorry, man. Okay. Wow. That was long overdue. Let's see. Now this is a nice little little ditty dropped to us by Gene Bennett, and let me pull it up for us here, and that is from Graham. It says, calculate the duration, okay, and it goes to Ernie Engel. Have I, guys? If I tell you what, will you do me a favor? share this broadcast out, and I'll go down the people who are sharing the broadcast list out, and I'll friend you. Shelly, same here, but we were friends and then we weren't. I don't know what happened with that, Shelly. You might have to give me a hint on that. Yeah, Judy. So share this out, and I'll go down through all the people that shared this out, and I'll friend all of you. I've got some openings, because I still have people, dropping me. When I get to my limit 5,000, and then I show up the next day, and there's 5 people have left, 10 people have left. It's a little too much. I don't have any friends, so I'm not offended, Star World says. Kelly shared. Kelly, are we not friends? And obviously, guys, we can all obviously communicate, even though we're not friends necessarily on the Facebook. But I'd love to connect with you. Janice says, "Forget it, Dave. Which part? Forget what?" All right, Lucinda. I'll go down. So you're already covered. Then I'll go down and I'll take care of you. Let's see. One said his bet was by April 1st that Trump would be POTUS, meaning the Republic. Yeah, Claudia. I tried to find yours, Claudia, by the way, and I couldn't find it. Let's see. Yeah. So. And Cindy or Christy, are you guys able to do that for me so that we can do it that way? Does that work for you? Cheryl Ann, thank you. Shared from Athens, Ontario. Awesome. Who is Debbie Dingle? Keith, I have not looked into her yet. If you guys know, please let me know. Shelley, awesome. Shared. Alan, Telegram is compromised? Oh my gosh. This is unbelievable. Pure Clean, Facebook, on Facebook. Okay. Okay, thank you, Christy. That would be awesome. Thank you. Yeah, where is, let me see. Shared from Minnesota, awesome. I don't have a handle on MeWe yet, I don't think. But we'll. I'm gonna get all that to you because I'm gonna have to take care of all that.
I lost you.
Okay.
Debbie Dingle is a congresswoman from the state of Michigan. Her husband was a Dingle. The Dingles have had someone in the state of Michigan congressionally at least for about 35 years, I believe. They're like a grandfather and then a father, and then the wife, I think Debbie took it over after her husband passed away.
Interesting.
There's a lineage there. They talked about that before. In fact, President Trump made everybody in Michigan put the state flags down at half-mast when Debbie Dingle's husband, who was a representative, I believe, for his service. When he passed away, all flags went to half-mast. And that was the only time that she was ever even considerate at all and said thank you to Trump. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, she is a hater.
Yeah. Yeah. No surprise there. I'll check show chat. Thank you, Christy. So I wanted to show you guys this. This was from Saturday, October 28th, 2017, which was when 17 started dropping information, okay, to Sunday, January 10th, 2021 at 12 midnight, Result was 1170 days, 1,170 days, or 3 years, 2 months, 13 days excluding the end date, or 38 months, 13 days excluding the end date. At 1170, April 17th, 2018, boom, 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 with 6 exclamation points, I believe. And then January 11th, 2019, was boom, 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 boom. So very interesting that this is the kind of high-tech mathematical genius that exists in the 17 drops, where the day after the 1170 is boom, 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 and then this one is the same, a little bit different, with the actual 1170 numbers. So that's a great catch. I don't know who. Gene sent that to me. Said it was from Graham. Okay.
Yeah, I saw it floating around.
Yeah.
They also have a good one from when Patton died to the birth date of Donald Trump, and
yeah,
other like markers like that, and they're all over the place. It's just like it's amazing.
Yeah, if anybody has that information on that, please share that if you have that drop. So Right Side Broadcasting has a YouTube that POTUS will be speaking in Alamo, Texas, live in 13 hours. Yes, and that will be, we don't know for sure because we're getting a lot of differing information. Virginia Kreischer, thank you for your donation. Kurt, thank you very much for your donation. It means a lot, guys. Let me see here. I've got to. This is Deborah Ann Dingle, okay, and this is a little bit about her. Democrat Party politician, has been U.S. Rep for Michigan's 12th congressional since 2015, the widow of John Dingell. So deeply into Michigan Democrat politics, which would tell you that she's, probably well corrupted, because if you look at the Michigan, politics, it's pretty nasty. Doug Friedman, thank you, sir. Virginia and
I
Eva.
just remembered that that name,
Eva,
rang a dingle. But I believe it goes all the way through, like the grandfather and the great grandfather. If they trace that, if they would tell any more about it somewhere, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like they've been in politics, like the family's been in the politics for like forever.
Yeah, her grandfather Barry was in politics, and I guess the Dingle Barry just kept hanging on. I've got some Snedhead writers here, and I had to take it. I had to formulate that joke from the Snedheads. So nice writing there. Folks.
I knew that it would come around to potty jokes again.
Exactly. Oh my God, Blue Indigo says 24 dead from a vax in New York nursing home, 39 infected, 139 infected, prior 0 cases. Unbelievable. Holly, thank you for your donation. Deb D, thank you. And Virginia Kreischer, thank you. And Mary and Helen and Elaine, Jessica from yesterday, thank you. So this is, thank you, Sharon. Thank you very much, Sharon Carter. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, this was from earlier. We got this, the red class. So, folks, what I wanted to do, Todd, was we were going down a path here, and I was looking for. Okay, yeah. So, okay, so I want to take you down through some executive orders. Okay, this is from Pam Pam Hilton, and Pam, I appreciate the work you've been doing, and I haven't been getting some of it on here, but here's what I want to show you. I want to read this to you. There are executive orders. These are all executive orders that Trump has signed that have to do with foreign entities, foreign countries. Okay, and here's Executive Order 13959, addressing the threat from securities investments that finance communist Chinese military companies. Okay, now that was the one from this morning that went into effect at 9:30 this morning. Okay. That was significant, but 3 companies were affected because basically, our intelligence understood that there's no difference between these companies being financed by Americans that are actually working with the military to undermine America. Okay, so very, very important stuff to keep in mind here as we're going through this. Executive Order 13902, imposing sanctions with respect to additional sectors of Iran. Okay, so we know Iran's a problem. We know that Iran is deeply tied with the Muslim Brotherhood. We know that Iran is deeply tied with the Huma, which is the Harvard University Muslim Association. We know that Iran is deeply tied in with Huma Abedin, because her mother and her father are involved in Muslim Brotherhood organizations out of Iran, and her brother as well. And so in 17 keeps saying, watch, where's Huma, and also Executive Order 13953, addressing the threat to domestic supply chain from reliance on critical minerals from foreign adversaries and supporting the domestic mining and processing industries. So what's happened with China, what's happened with so many other countries, folks, is that, and you know this, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but what's happened is that they've because of their ability to get really, low price labor, slave labor, basically, that they're able to undermine many U.S. industries, especially if you're China and you're manipulating the currency so that American companies can't compete with the slave wages nor with the working conditions. Remember, Apple, to make these Apple products. At Foxconn, people were jumping out of buildings to their death because they were so overworked. And the solution to that, they didn't give them more time off. They didn't give them more, walks in the park. No, they put up nets around the building. So if they jumped out the window to their death, the net would catch them, because nets were cheaper than actually giving them more wages or helping them with some of the problems they were having. Okay, that's the kind of labor we're talking about competing with here in America over there, especially when they can change the currency. Okay, so this goes across every sector. So mining was a huge one, especially given the fact that you need these precious metals, you need these metals for industry in order to survive, folks. One of the reasons, the main reason that we won the Civil War, when I say we, I'm talking about the North, okay, because I grew up in the North, that the Union won the Civil War was because we produced steel, because we had metal, we had steel. They were producing cotton. Steel's, stronger than cotton, folks. So you have to, this is a military issue here. This is a military issue that you have to make sure that you're taking care of these industries. Executive Order 13949, blocking property of certain persons with respect to conventional arms activities of Iran. Really? That seems like a very unique and specific executive order, right? Well, guess what? Iran's a problem. We've sold arms to Iran. We've given money to Iran. We've helped them make uranium. And so blocking property of certain persons with respect, there's a lot of people that are going to have their property blocked, like on Martha's Vineyard, for example, when this all goes down. Executive Order 13964, rebranding United States foreign assistance to advance American influence. Okay? So instead of giving this foreign assistance that is being funneled back through into the pockets of these politicians, okay, we're going to help you, but this is going to be about American influence. Like, how can we help your country, but also help ourselves? America first, folks. Okay? We can help other countries, but let's make sure that it's in our best interest to do exactly that. Okay? So that's awesome. Thank you so much for that, Pam. That was really, really great. And by the way, did you guys see this? I want to share this picture with you. Who of you saw this? And it's very interesting. Is it for real? And what are you guys' thoughts on this? Because I wouldn't put it past them. They literally could have done this anywhere. They could have done it, and it could have been done ahead of time. Okay. All these photo ops. We already heard that they met the night before. But how many of you have seen this? By the way, we're over 2,000 beautiful humans. Welcome. David Snedeker here with Todd Gedeminsky from Springfield, Illinois. Have we lost Cindy?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Kara. Kara, so that's, let me see if I can find you. So did you guys, so what are you guys' thoughts on that? Dave, the Trump Lego set has that Viking as one of the pieces. Anna, wait a minute. Let's see. Mind Candy. So those aren't pedophile symbols tattooed on his chest. That's a different symbol. Folks, when you look up pedophile symbols, look up the FBI, and then that could help you find that. There are triangles, but it's not pedo. It has to do with Viking. It has to do with, I believe, Thor. So that was something different.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah, bud.
I just got a really interesting thing. Stephanie Kaiser Clark said
Hey, Stephanie.
that Vincent Kennedy said on Twitter that the Peloton delivery date was pushed back from 1/6 to 1/21, and said didn't mean it as a metaphor.
Yeah.
She said a Peloton is a firing squad. Execution. Tomorrow is the 12th. I was thinking we could go dark tomorrow and end on the 21st because of what he said. That's 10 days.
You know, Stephanie, I read that from you. Thank you. Great work on that. And I didn't run with that because he did say it wasn't a metaphor. But why would he have said that?
I'm checking it out here.
But that is great work, Stephanie. Thank you for that. And my apologies for not acknowledging that earlier, at least running up the flagpole with the Snetheads, because that was significant. But we got so much. It is sometimes it is just so overwhelming, guys, that we get so much information. And as it stands, we're doing 6-7 hour shows.
Okay, so I got news for you. Victory Kennedy, Victory
Yes.
46 is gone.
Really?
Yep, I just went to there. Then he's got another one.
Yeah, it's VK.
Yep.
And it's VK's APL's up 8.837. That's the America Piss level.
What's the rest of it? VK what?
It's at Crypto Koba.
Yep.
Guys, will you go to at Crypto Koba if you're on Twitter, and go friend or go follow and say that I sent you, at Dave Snedeker sent you, because we'd love to connect with VK. Yeah, so that is VK is holding below 9 until Dems learn Biden did not win. America Piss level. By the way, yeah, let me see. Let me get back to. So I'm having a tough time. Folks, here's the way this should go down. As you see, you're trying to get me something. I'm overloaded, and I'm trying to find your stuff in real time, and I'm having a difficult time doing that. So ideally, the best way to do this, okay, is to, we're still figuring that out, but Todd and Cindy also get overloaded. During the show, Todd and Cindy have better access to this stuff, I think. Christy is great, but she's also modding. She's on the mod squad. And remember the mod squad, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah. And also Beth Hill, Beth Sherrard Hill, is great source to get it to, because she can get it to me as well. So we will work on that in terms of getting that a little bit more dialed in, because I do want to get your info.
And if you're going to send something, make sure that you give a good description of what you want to, what you think it's about. Don't just say, you got to see this, because I'm still getting that a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't have to see anything, because I might have seen it 60 times. But just give me a little brief description and what you think of it. And don't say, look at this, or you got to see this, or oh my God, just give me a little brief description and I'll read it.
Yep. Great. Yeah. Have you seen the hashtag? Let me share this with you. You guys seen the hashtag Pelosi loves Trump? Jody says the crazy left are losing their minds because of this. Bah, hilarious. The sick, twisted, perverted hashtag Pelosi loves Trump shows how perverted these misogynistic freaks are. So disrespectful towards an 80-year-old woman fighting for democracy. Wow. Sickos enabling pervert. Gerald says, thank you, Jody, so much. I have Dave on the other screen telling me to relax and unwind, and you're cracking me up. Jody, well done. Nice little respite there.
Oh, I think I found out why Victory Kennedy is booted.
Why?
Because friends who like Sean Hannity. It has a picture of President Trump with flags behind him, and it says, "I'm fighting for you." Victory Kennedy put that on Twitter. I'll send it to you.
Wow. And that did it?
And I'll bet you that was it.
Because it's fighting. It's inciting violence, Todd. Don't send that to me. I don't want it. I don't want any part of inciting violence.
I'm sending it. You're a protester. You're a demonstrator. You've been maced, tear gassed, and beaten in the neck by Antifa.
I know. I think I'm getting. I should have a Purple Heart. I think but it shouldn't be a Purple Heart because that's for the real warriors. I think it should be like I don't know, like a aqua maybe, teal. I like those colors.
Fuchsia.
Fuchsia. Dave, can you play the movie that I shared on Twitter? HamFam. Let me pull that up. I want to make sure I'm having. They're shutting me down for copyright stuff. That's why I did it on Twitter. But when we put it to the show, the messenger is from Virginia. Kara. Okay, thank you. That helps because if you guys are a different name, and I'm looking for your name on this. Okay. Virginia. The only Virginia I have is Gerald. And this was back in November. So I'm not seeing that. Let me pull up Todd's stuff here. I am fighting for you, Vincent Kennedy on Twitter. Partly false information checked by independent fact checkers from multiple organizations. This photo has Indians. This is ridiculous. Trump supporters, not Antifa, were behind U.S. Capitol chaos. No, that's not true. Yeah, it's just not such nonsense, folks. Victory Kennedy. I am fighting for you. That's unbelievable. Well, they just know who he is, and they know, he's dangerous because so many people follow him. That's too bad. That's really too bad. What time we got here? 10:32. Oh, cat turd is the best, Carrie. Cat turd. I love me some cat turd. Lisa Ferguson. Okay, thank you. Yes. So I'm still not finding some of the stuff that you guys are sending. So we'll figure out a better way to do this. Gotcha, Lisa. Gotcha. Okay. And we'll take care of some others tomorrow. Let's see. Well, Todd, I'm just wondering there's definitely a lot of speculation, right, as to when this is all going to happen. And, it's just, we never really know, when the actual, 10 days of darkness is going to Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. You never know when the 10 days of darkness is going to start. And we're just trying to guess as best we can. And we're, just trying to figure it out. How many of you thought Thought it started, by the way. Laughing my ass off, you dick. I got some of you, huh? All right. Sorry. Come on, man. I got so excited. Jackass. Todd, I'm getting flipped off over here. I'm getting flipped off. I'm sorry. Now I'm going to be like the boy who cried wolf. That was sick. Come on, guys. We gotta have some fun with it, right? Steven says I have to change my shorts. Remember when somebody said you've changed? That's hilarious. Oh my God. Yeah, right. Who knew I was kidding? Sheila, been with you too long. Yep. Yeah. You thought it started when you got kicked off the internet a little bit ago. Kathy, your heart started pounding. That's okay. Thanks, Santos and Melissa. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. Pam's at 5% now. Carrie said gangster. Cat Stokes, you suck big time, Dave. Yeah. It's all good. You know, Kathy, what a dick move. That's funny. That's when we know, guys. Steven said he dropped his weed. Judy, you got $1,000 bet. When's the bet? Demi said I almost had a heart attack. Sorry to do that to you guys. I did that with Todd on the way home today. We were talking on the phone. Bob said the chat kept going, so he knew it wasn't a darkness. That was my mistake. I needed to cover up the chat. I need the gangster meme. Somebody do me a gangster meme, would you? GQ asshole. It will only work once. You're absolutely right, because the next time you're going to be like, oh, he's doing it again. Yep, he's doing it again. I'm not buying it this time. I'm not buying it this time. Meanwhile, 3 hours later, I'm not buying it this time. He's not going to get me this time. Dave Turd. Yeah. Shelly, we all needed that laugh. Yeah, I needed that too. Thank you, guys. Yeah, slow news night. Now watch it happen before our prayer, and you guys won't buy it. Whoo! Wild Dragon, what happened when I was in the weed lounge? I pretended we went dark, and I turned the screen black and stopped talking. Okay. Craig's saying 1339. Craig, why are we going there? You know, I got to figure out. Hey, Todd, you still with me, or did I lose you? Todd's pretending Springfield's going dark right now. But as many times as we lose him on the call, I am not. Wouldn't be surprised if we actually lost him. Hello.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know, man.
It's like I was sitting there talking. I had all these funny things, and nobody was listening to me, and I'm so alone.
Oh, it's funny. Kim said you're on my TV, so my TV went dark. Awesome. Wow. HamFam had a message today on TV that was an EB test. Where are you, HamFam?
An STD test? Is that what?
Yeah, an EB test. Yeah.
Oh, you cut out.
Sleeping on the John.
Hey, did you hear about the earthquake in China?
Had not heard about that. No.
11/11/21, Large 6.8 earthquake strikes China, Mongolia. Seismic unrest spreading. Be prepared. They were talking about that. I'll send
How's that dam?
The dam. I haven't heard anything about the dam yet, but that's supposed to be the target.
Yeah. Do you hear what the fish said when he swam into the wall?
Yeah.
Damn.
That was one of my best kid jokes.
Is that right? My daughter told me that the other day.
Yeah, it's about the only clean one I have.
Steven Cervantes says 10 days of dickness, man. Dickness.
Dankness.
Oh, that's funny. We got him though, Todd.
That's great.
That was fun. That was fun. We needed to unwind a little bit, guys. Thank you, Kelly. That was the funniest, Dave. Yeah, we got to, here's the thing. I think that when you have a handle on this, like when you really feel like, oh, okay, we got this, it takes the pressure off, right? It releases the pressure. And, if anything, Todd and I want you to understand that my God, we got this because we have been exposed to the greatest communication to humanity in the history of the world. And how exciting is that we're actually in the know for a change, right? Like we're actually in the know. Where in the past, the Vatican's burying books of the Bible and they're burying things in the Alexandria Library and they're keeping information from us. And, 90% of the people that you talk to don't even know who Zechariah Sitchin is, don't even know about the Sumerian tablets, don't even know that was the first written, history on our planet. Don't know anything about the Anunnaki and Enlil and Enki. Don't know anything about the Akashic records. Don't know anything about the Upanishads, and just really deep knowledge, like things that actually happened on our planet that we don't even know about. And here, in this moment in time, we are being exposed to detailed exposure of the people who have been enslaving us. Why are they telling us this? Because they need us engaged in this process and us to push this over the top. They need our frequency, our energy, our passion, our humanity to break free from the fluoridated calcification of our pineal gland and the dumbing down of our education system and the weakening of our bodies through the food. They need us to rise up and actually step into the light and bring light with us through the darkness, illuminating the darkness, exposing the darkness, leaving that behind as we step forward into a new humanity. And that's what's so exciting about this. And so that's what we want for you folks. We want you to just feel like, okay, we got this. We collectively create our reality, Kara. Yes, that's what this is. That's what is a part of this. When we pray together, that's powerful. When we meditate together, that's powerful. When more than one focus on one thing, that's very powerful. And that's what we're doing. And this is a collective. This is we are gathering and sharpening our sword and cutting through the bullshit and cutting through the slavery, cutting through the chains that have bound us, the golden handcuffs, the debt that forces us to work day in and day out just to put a roof over our head, just to have the nice things that we'd like to have for our children and our families, and we're cutting through all that, and that's what feels so great about what's going on.
Well, Dave, just think about just the last year and how much we've studied this and how much we've tried to figure it out. And the show itself, 5, 6, 7 hours sometimes, but before that you're trying all day to see as much information as you can, in work. But it's like, it was nothing to, especially like on weekends and stuff, to have 20 hours in it. 20 hours here, 15, 10, 20, we've covered a lot of information. Deeply. I'm ready for it to be over. Tomorrow's good with me, Q. If you just want to go ahead and do it tomorrow, pull the plug.
Well, I thought, Todd, I thought 17 was waiting for our show tonight to do it. And
well, it's 12:45 here, so it is tomorrow.
Yeah, it is tomorrow. So, tomorrow would be perfect. But we know there's boom, boom, booms this week. We know a lot has to happen. There was, And by the way, guys, if you tried to get to me something to me on Messenger, please send it to me at davesned@gmail. davesned@gmail. And guys, this might be, it might be tomorrow, it might be the next day, but I'll tell you this, for somebody who's been waiting on this moment for 14 years, I'm okay if it's next week. I'm okay if it's Thursday or Friday or whatever. But yeah, Philip, Podesta, 11-3, 11-4, 113, 114. That could be Wednesday, Thursday. If it happens tomorrow, we get 10 days until the 21st. We have tomorrow is 12/21, right? Which Vincent Cappy kept saying 12/21, okay, because it's 1/12/21. So a lot of things could go down.
Cappy's first name.
What's that?
You changed Cappy's first name.
What'd I say?
You said Vincent Cappy.
Did I say Vincent Cappy?
Hey,
That's hilarious.
Quick thing.
Isaac Cappy.
I did get a little correction here. One of our snedheads, I'll name her when I go back to it, but it says Vincent Kennedy says Victory Kennedy on Twitter is not me, and that is as of today.
Okay.
So,
good to know.
Very good to know. Yeah, see, the impersonation stuff is really happening. And we talked about the migration yesterday.
Yeah.
That was from Christina Iskirka. Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't shock me.
Catherine says Dave, there have been a lot of war jets flying out of Cherry Point USMC Marine Corps Base, North Carolina, the last 3 days now. Todd, you also talk about how there's been a lot of the two big C-130 coming out of your neck of the woods.
Yeah, I never saw them, but we heard, in fact, the only time I've ever heard anything like that was when I was at a show, an air show, and they had a short runway, and when a C-130 has a short runway, they have actual rocket boosters that they're able to attach to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it allows it to get up to speed so that it can take off on short runways. They use a lot on islands.
Yeah.
And two of those, I believe, took off from here today. And then the night before, we had about a dozen helicopters in an hour period, which is not normal for spring patch. So there's activity, but boy, I mean, it shook the whole house. And the airport from here is probably 4 or 5 miles away.
Debbie is saying Nellis Air Force Base in Vegas too is a lot going on. Hey, Monkey Works is there what was he saying today?
I didn't actually get a chance to go to Monkey Works today. I was going to, I actually had a live notification, and then somehow I got distracted. Squirrel.
Let me go to, let me see. He's off Twitter, isn't he? Or is he still on?
He was there last night.
Okay. Also have had a verbal confirmation. Hold on, let me pull up this.
There's a Babylon Bee that's good today too. I saw earlier, but yeah, Leslie Word shared it with me. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let me go here. This is Monkey Works doing the flights.
And because he'd been called up, and that's what he was told. So if he's a pretty good source. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I imagine we probably will get an EBS here once POTUS is safe. Okay, in his new secure location, that it'll probably broadcast at that point. All right. I got.
Okay. Let me start that again.
Okay. Now we do have a whole flurry of C-130s up here, and it looks like that's Ohio time. And what is this? Let me get in close. I think it's Canton, Ohio. So I don't know what's going on here, but these guys all took to the sky very quickly and have just been flying around. And so I don't know what they're doing, but they certainly are flying around like a bunch of seabirds right now. And so I expect if the Insurrection Act has been signed, which I am fairly confident because my source who told me that is active military, and he was basically getting it to the base right now because he'd been called up, and that's what he was told. So if he's a pretty good source. So
yeah, so this was yesterday. And that was when this insurrection information was coming out as well. So it doesn't look like, I think he's off Twitter and people are just sharing his stuff on Twitter, because this would have been 4 hours ago, this one here.
If you're tired of reading about other people getting rich in the stock market, this might be a good day.
Mill Ops and on Parlor at Monkey Work. Let me see.
It says tweets aren't loading right now. Try again.
Spec Ops Monkey here. It is 7:05 p.m.
Oh, really?
Central Standard Time in the great state of Texas on January 11th, 2021. And I wanted to just take a quick moment and walk you through some of the air traffic for this evening, as well as just kind of talk to you a little bit about some of this disinfo campaign that's currently underway that seems to be putting us all at odds. And so I will tell you that even my resources
just
that
disappeared
I
on mine.
thought were the gospel have actually let me down. Okay.
Did you get any tweets?
They have given me information that I've taken off and run with that is typically always spot on, and I come to find out that they were given.
I've got
tweets
tweets aren't loading right now
and
again.
They were basically just passing it off, and just a vicious cycle. It's that fog of
war. My tweets are loading.
I do apologize.
Yeah, that's
so
weird.
If I tell you something and I'm wrong, at least I'm going to come back and tell you I was wrong. Okay, and so and with that said, I will tell you, POTUS did not exfil the White House.
Juan's gone.
When we were
107's gone?
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, we're on his YouTube channel now.
Looking yesterday.
Account suspended.
Sunday, the 10th. Okay.
Unbelievable.
Now, was the Insurrection Act signed? That is a good question. My sources said they were, but I've still tried to confirm, and I've heard it from probably a dozen people, yet I still have not seen anything from POTUS, anything from Pompeo, anything from anybody that really confirms. The media hasn't said anything. Of course, they probably won't say anything. Now, one thing I did learn was that with the Insurrection Act, it's actually quite common. Okay, Johnson used it, Kennedy used it, Bush used it, Clinton used it. A lot of presidents have used the Insurrection Act. It's not something that is unheard of. Okay, It's also very tactical in nature. It's not a blanket. So like when he declares Insurrection Act, it doesn't apply to the entire United States, okay? It applies to specific areas. So in his case, it would probably be, if I had to guess, Washington, D.C., all right? That'll be the first lockdown area that'll apply, okay? And that's probably because it is, he's going to drain the swamp, right? So that is kind of how that whole thing rolls, okay? Now, we were looking at flight activity on Sunday over DC, all right? And
Soldier's Angel, we played that Jerome Corsi.
All right, so on Sunday, we were looking at flight activity over Washington, D.C., right? There was a ground stop. All air traffic was held up. And so typically when that happens, it is because POTUS is on the move.
I had a flurry of people sending me that.
I don't care if it's Atlanta, if it's LAX, or wherever. When he flies in, he doesn't just drop into the approach, sequence.
I know,
with
right?
all the other birds, right?
It's like
exactly.
It always happens. It's like whatever we share the night.
Everybody on the ground stops, and everybody in the air clears out.
Inbox. I'm like, I was there,
and then they open everything back up. Okay. So that's what I thought we were seeing. And I figured that POTUS was probably bugging out, all right, because we had heard troops were on the ground in D.C. We heard there was Insurrection Act being signed. But I will tell you, actually, I kept pinging my contacts in D.C. and said, hey, is POTUS, anybody have eyes on him? Is he still at the White House? Has he moved? Is he at Camp David? What's going on? Now, I don't expect them to tell me, oh yeah, he's on the move, right? But at the same time, if he's still at the White House, clearly there's not a massive security risk. And so, they were like, yeah, no, he's still here at the White House. And so I heard that. I've seen no other movement to indicate that he has exited, other than those 2 aircraft that we saw bug out of DC. And there's no telling who was on those aircraft, okay? They ended up going to Rome, if I'm not mistaken, over to Italy. So, food for thought, all right? But that said, I just want to tell you guys that on occasion, I will be wrong, but I will be the first to admit it, that I am wrong, and I will come back and tell you I was wrong, okay? And so, I'm not perfect by any means, all right? And so, but at the same time, I don't want to get your hopes up, and I want you guys to be aware of what's going on. And so, there's a lot of disinfo going on. And so, for example, today, we saw things go flying. I mean, at the speed of sound. There was this information with screenshots. The State Department, was showing tonight was Trump's last day in office. That he's no longer president, and Pence the same thing. And it turns out the website was hacked. Okay, so was it a legit website? Yeah.
Right.
But somebody hacked it, and somebody put in bogus information, and supposedly it was actually a.
In our world today, we've been trained to believe that we live in one.
So that was Monkey Works. I don't think he's getting into any too depth. Kurt, did you see him today? And is it worth seeing? Let's see. Yeah, James, I agree. It's like let's not. Give where the POTUS is, right? But they should have enough information to keep them safe, or they should have enough, just be releasing enough information to keep them safe. If Haley says, if I have no satellite or internet provided TV, will I be able to see the confession videos? We just watch movies or listen to music, not even antenna TV. Haley, I'm the same way. And I have the same question, but I think between the EBS on your phone and through the internet, I think they're going to be able to show us that. But that's a great question. Don Jr. posted a new network coming called Freedom Social Network. Yeah. How disturbing is it that it was hacked, Dixie, or are we even surprised at this point? That's an interesting question. That hack is a very interesting topic. Like, what was going on with that? And that might be disinformation or look over here, right? Christina, that was about it from Monkey Works. I was kind of getting that feeling. Thank you. That's good clarification. And Gina, EBS radio as well. Yeah, good point. That's a very good point. So 111 George live is George is streaming live. We were watching that last night towards the end of the day. So that's cool. But I think, let me see. Let me make sure.
And Dave in the show area,
Hey.
he sent something
In the show area,
from Mary.
Christy? Okay, thank you. Let me see. Okay. Okay. This is from Marianne. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Marianne. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. There's no way. No. Okay, Marianne, where did this come from? Can you tell me where this came from? This is off the charts here. This is crazy. What I'm about to show you guys, I just don't even think it can be true. But I wouldn't put anything past these people. It's unbelievable. So check this out, guys. Look at this. The Lego shows Capitol invasion. All right, I knew this was fake. Okay, but this is hilarious because the Lego showed us the speech of Giuliani about the election, and that was just too close for comfort. Like, it had too much stuff. But look at this dude with the horns and the whole thing, the face paint, the tattoos. It's brilliant what they've done. Somebody put this together. This is hilarious. Capitol invasion. Wow. What's this from? Do we know, Cindy? I know it's from Marianne.
No, I do not.
Christy?
Yeah.
Christy, that's unbelievable.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Can someone please tell me, how do you get a room full of rioters to stop and pose for the camera? Yeah, this is unbelievable. And look at these professional cameras. Idaho internet provider blocks Facebook, Twitter. That's when you can get back at these people. That's when you can get back at these people, folks. Make no mistake. By the way, are you enjoying the show? Whether or not this is true with this green screen or not, it's a show, and we know that. And we know it was staged, right? We know it was staged. Yeah. Just looking through some George stuff here. So when you guys drop a link, also, like, maybe a timestamp would be good, like where I should go in that video, because I'm not going to watch a whole video. So what you found and where the timestamp is. Let me see. Can you ask Todd if rods of God is a U.S. weapon? It was mentioned on Charlie Ward, something for the people that are not woke. Yeah, Todd mentioned that briefly, but
it's a weapon system, and what they do is it comes from space, and they actually shoot. I don't know. I think they're titanium. They're non. They're not like nuclear or anything. They work on kinetic energy, and they shoot them into the earth with such force that it actually starts an earthquake. That's what they've been saying. They've been taking some of the dumbs out.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not nuking the planet. They're just virtually shooting giant javelins into the earth. And the kinetic energy causes all of this release. and actually is very damaging to the locale, but it poisons the planet.
Yeah.
So they call them rods of God.
Kara, you sent me to davesnet at Gmail, but under what name? This is cool. I want to
and
show
actually,
this. You guys see this? This is Save the Children. We're not fighting this fight for fame and glory. We fight it for all the children of the world. I love that, with the armor of God and protecting the little girl. That's awesome. That is from Gary. Thank you, Gary. Because I'm getting all these let me see.
Mark Wyatt sent something too that I just shared with you. Not sure if you'd already seen that. About POTUS.
Okay, let me see.
Did you know
supposed
about
to be POTUS this afternoon leaving Phoenix?
Supposedly.
Wow. That's interesting. How do you get video? How do you get audio on this thing? On the hold on, I got to show you guys this. Bear with me. Okay. How do I get, oh, there it is. Okay. Check this out. Can you imagine having that kind of protection everywhere you go? Kind of looks a little like Air Force One. What do you think, Todd?
Yeah, I saw it earlier today. It was I don't know. I mean, you know, there could be so many diversions.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think he'd be moving around a lot. There's no real reason why. You know, why at this point should he go anywhere?
Right, exactly.
What can he do by staying in the command center?
That was from Mark Lance. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Cindy. Fake Capitol Invasion Lego set goes viral after deadly riot. The phony product is being celebrated on Parler, a social media platform that has become a destination for conservative politicians and media figures. So they're trying to discredit Parler with that too. So this is the fix is in. That was today's show, the NBC, which is just an absolute, you know, deep state, deep state propaganda.
Deeper than
crap.
deep.
Yeah. So let me see. Well, guys, I say we let's call it. I still haven't gotten rods of God images. This is from Cakes. Rod of God. Let's look at this. When instructed from the ground, The targeting satellite commands its partner to drop one of its darts. The guided rod enters the atmosphere protected by the thermal coating, traveling at 36,000 feet per second. Wow. Comparable to the speed of a meteor. The result, complete devastation of the target, even if it's buried deep underground. Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, this is not a picture, folks. This is a, this is a artist rendering. Same here.
Yeah, that's about what it's just kinetic energy. It's just, and that's a cleaner way to do it if you have the capability to fire one of those babies.
Mm-hmm.
They were saying that was part of Star Wars back when Reagan was president, when they talked about Star Wars.
Right.
It was developed around that time, maybe a little after. But whatever, Ronnie made the Russians think we had it all anyway. I don't know if we had it.
Right.
But, he played cards with them and stared them. And
Yep. He stared them down. He broke them. Roger Hill says, captured on Fox News today, my mouth dropped wide open. Once awake, you can see Satan coming out everywhere now. They showed the anti-marchers dressed in black carrying shields and marching down the street in lines reminiscent of Nazi Germany. Then Fox zoomed in on the anti-uniform to show the logo on the uniform. WTF, there is a 666 above the anti-logo. That is a sign of the beast. Then the very next news story was about Twitter and CEO Jack Dorsey, a proclaimed Satanist. Notice how these networks promote each other and Satan. By the way, Hollywood, the music industry, and sports do this as well. Did you vote for Biden? Do you know you are promoting and voting for Satan? Let me prove it. Type in the name of his group, of this group.com, and see who comes up. Are you gobsmacked yet? Time to wake up and pray. Yeah, this is unbelievable. Yeah, it's great. Great post by Roger Hill. Good stuff. Let's see. Let me do that. Let me see. Oh, Margaret, thank you for your donation. You're amazing. You've already done so much. Getting me...
Margaret's fantastic.
Oh, my God. Such a gift to this broadcast. Getting me to D.C. and wants to get us there for the inauguration, but we've got to figure out when the hell that's going to be.
Right.
Cool. Scott McKay has reached out, asked for me to reach out to him. I did email him. Let me see. Yeah, I'm still not getting everybody's emails here. President of Mexico spoke about Tina. Thank you. Let's show this. This is just a minute 43 of President of Mexico talking about censorship. This ought to be good.
A los comunicadores alternativos.
Esto que tú bien señalas como un apagón, ¿sí? Esto que hicieron hace unos días en Estados Unidos es una mala señal. Es un mal presagio de que deciden empresas particulares silenciar, censurar. Eso va en contra de la libertad. Entonces, no se vaya a estar creando un gobierno mundial con el poder de el control de las redes sociales, un poder mediático mundial Además, un tribunal de censura, como la Santa Inquisición, pero para el manejo de la opinión pública. Es gravísimo.
So what's interesting about this is that
y que también hay
he is,
infodemia y que también se controla y se
Germany, she said the same thing. How about, and I think he is reading a script, Jamie, because the president or the prime minister of Germany, what's her name? Merkel.
Angela Merkel.
She said the same thing today or yesterday.
Well, they got to come out and say that.
Right. But I wonder if it's a part of the show.
Right.
Right. Okay, here we go. Let me do this. And Carrie, I see yours is from a different thing here.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Could you repeat
Okay,
that, Maria,
so-
just for the recorder?
Yes. So basically, the theft of the election was orchestrated in the Rome embassy on the second floor of Via Veneto by an employee, Stefan Serafini, Foreign Service officer of over 20 years. He retired the day before the election to ensure he would not lose his pension, unlike what happened to some of the FBI agents who betrayed our country in 2016 and did lose their pension just days before their retirement. So Stefan Serafini coordinated with a General Claudio Graziano. And Claudio Graziano, General Graziano, is on the board of Leonardo, the defense contractor, Leonardo SPA. Leonardo used their military satellite uplink to load the software and transfer it over to change the votes from Trump to Biden. So what everybody's been saying is that we know something happened, The proof that was missing, the very basic who did it, where did they do it, and how did they do it, has been missing from all of the documents sent into the courts, all of the affidavits. There was nothing that was helping us win in the courts. They thought that they were very shrewd in how they did it. They had a really brilliant plan that was orchestrated by Barack Obama with the help of Renzi, the former prime minister of Italy. The Italian intelligence service has supplied us with intercept photos, phone calls, and shockingly, pictures of the CIA agents who have been involved in orchestrating this. Those pictures of the CIA agents ended up on the internet, and those operatives and the folks at the government in Italy started panicking, and they started replacing all their heads of intelligence, of the cyber readiness, and within Leonardo. And Leonardo, the actual person that did the uploading, arrested for quote-unquote safekeeping, and had the other one put in house arrest. The gentlemen that are in jail and in house arrest are being accused of hacking in to Leonardo to look at like airplane schematics and to get some of their other tools. They're not saying what really happened because it's really about them trying to cover. Unfortunately, other people know who they are, and their lives are at great risk. Her team is on the streets of Italy, and specifically Rome, right this second, building out the plan for divulging this today. We are putting out the information. Obviously, it's not as quick as I would have liked, but it's we leave this up to God and God's timing. Because had Brian Kemp in Georgia, and oh, by the way, I should say for those of you in Georgia, I had notified Brian Kemp many, many weeks ago that I was working on this and information was coming. And I've been trying because they need proof, and you cannot blame them for needing the proof because an allegation like this has to have backup. And so I also, on Christmas Eve, as God would have it, and through the assistance of Tiffany Trump, my husband and I, and Marla helping me get into invite into Mar-a-Lago on Christmas Eve, Steve and I had a moment to speak with the president, and I informed him that he is getting the best Christmas present he could ever ask for, the affidavits of the people who did it and their confession and assistance in letting everybody know what happened. He was seated at his table. He swung his head around and he said, "Merry Christmas" to me. I said, "Merry Christmas, sir. We're about to give you the best Christmas present ever. You're going to have the evidence you need from the Italian whistleblower who actually committed the crime of uploading the software." And he spun his head around and he went, "What? Like what?" And the look on his face, and I said, "If you'll permit me, I have a piece of paper for you." And he said, "Please." So Steve handed me the paper, and I handed it to the president, and that got the ball rolling.
I don't know why that stopped. I'm not playing. But basically, this is a long audio. But basically, this woman gave President Trump the receipts regarding the Italy takedown of our election, in the actual receipts and the actual documentation that it occurred. Carrie, thank you for sending that to me, and that's good. That's good info. And I heard that yesterday. I wanted to share it with you last night. Yeah, so this is Tina, the Mexican president, warning about Silicon Valley. That was good. That's good stuff. And Judy, this is the one you've been trying to get to me. And I think this is the
time for excuses. On peace, you must.
Well, let's check this out. This is 3 minutes. I don't think I've seen this. But let's check this out. Thank you, Judy. You've been trying to get this to me patiently. And let me blow it up here. And let's have a listen. Hold on. Let me get my, I want to get my picture out of here for videos like this. Let me do this. There we go.
The time for excuses is over. Now is the time for strength. If you want peace, you must stand strong at all times. The time for empty talk is over. Now arrives the hour of action. Today, you end one chapter, but you are about to begin the greatest adventure of your life. January 20th will be remembered as the day the people became the rulers of this nation again. If the righteous many do not confront the wicked few, then evil will triumph. You came by the tens of millions to become part of a historic movement, the likes of which the world has never seen before. Now we are calling for a great reawakening. When decent people and nations become bystanders to history, the forces of destruction only gather power and strength. This American carnage stops right here and stops right now. Do not underestimate us, and do not try us. This would be a fatal miscalculation. Is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. There should be no fear. We are protected. We will be protected by God. I know that each of you will be a warrior for the truth, will be a warrior for our country and for your family. I know that each of you will do what is right, not what is the easy way. Our answer will be a rebirth of devotion to defeat the enemies of humanity. This is a very different administration than the United States has had in the past.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. From evil. Amen. Trespass against us, and lead us not earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us.
Look at the blue becoming red.
Into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
All right. Judy, that was awesome. Thanks for sharing that. That was really fantastic. Wow.
Hell, I thought you'd seen that for sure.
I've not seen that.
Oh, yeah, that's great, isn't it?
When did that come out?
Yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I really kind of looked at it. I looked at it pretty hard a couple of times and noticed that one of the speeches was when he basically took a dump in the UN.
Yeah.
That was
After
awesome.
30 days.
Dude, that was one of the best speeches ever.
Yep. Because he was in the belly of the beast there.
Yep.
And one of the other ones that he gave that was really good was in Davos when he was in the belly of the beast.
Yes.
He's been in some really, really wicked places.
Yeah.
You know, places that, you know, I don't know how he had enough courage to even go there as president of the United States. He must have really had a lot of people there protecting him, especially in Davos.
Yes. Yeah. When you think about it, his protection's been unbelievable.
Yeah.
This is
MSC has it at 6.8. Here, let's get the
6.8. This is the earthquake, China, Mongolia.
And it looks like also maybe the USGS might have the same. Currently 6.8. Turt, Mongolia.
This is Dutch Sense, who's a great source for this kind of stuff.
Google Earth to see if there's
500,000 subscribers almost.
Epicenter. There may not be anything here. I've never had to look this location up before. Like I said, it's at the Mongolia-Russia border region. Oh, wow, look what or in between. 2 Smithsonian-marked volcanic fields that I've never mentioned before. Kubsagal region. Basalts dated to Pliocene to Quaternary includes basalts scattered northwest and southeast above the location. On one side of this lake, the lake is called Kovsgol. Over on the other side, it's unnamed from the Smithsonian. 2 upper Pleistocene volcanoes. Sorry there about that. Okay. Now, here's Lake Baikal, this shape here, and I want to show you something, and to show it to you, I'm going to back it out and show you the greater region of Siberia. And you might be able to see it, you might not. I'll turn off the borders and labels too. Lake Baikal is a crescent shape down here, And I want you to follow it up and look up to the north side, and I will turn on a line feature tool here, which might actually help us a little bit better. I'm going to park right in the middle and show you what I'm talking about here. This giant shape here.
Looks like a rabbit.
Actually, it goes around, over, back down, around, like this. It's an interior craton that makes up a good portion of Siberia. It might even be multiple plates, ancient plates. Nonetheless, this right here rises to the center, and this is a dome. Now, it's huge. Again, it's the size of the continent, and 4 years ago or so, 4 or 5 years ago, right at the center of this, a sulfur dioxide plume appeared that was just 100 miles wide, and it was blowing across most of Siberia. Nobody could figure out the source of it, but then we saw this giant dome shape here. Lake Baikal on the southern side, a crescent shape, and almost the same shape, but a mountain range up to the north. So this is, I would say this is more tilting to the south. Where this craton is tilting, this is the deep portion on one side, and this is the raised portion on the other. They mimic each other, north and south. Anyway, the earthquake is coming in right at the border at Mongolia. And let's just zoom in and see if there's anything else here. What if there's some kind of large hydroelectric generation station or something here? There might not be. Again, this is out in rural area. There is the town that it's located from, triangulated from, the town called Turt, T-U-R-T. I'm not seeing very much else here nearby. There's no large nuclear power plants, no hydroelectric dams on this as far as I can see, unless it's all the way down here to the south. Let's just go see. Again, they don't have anything like that there. Rural towns, airstrips, and so forth. So that takes us back to the arrow. The arrow goes back up to the letter D, and the activity that's been happening up here. We have Shivelush, we have Kluchevskoy, we have Epiphany volcano, and we had a deep earthquake here. You see it raised high off the globe in the Sea of Japan. That's why I have the arrows pointing over to the west. From both of our locations, from Japan and Kamchatka, one arrow coming in from Kamchatka, the other arrow coming in from the Sea of Japan, both going over to the pinnacle point where all of our other earthquake activity has taken place in the last day. North India, 5.1 in North India, 4.5 at the tip of the arrow, 4.5 over in North Iran. And let's not forget, even out at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, our letter X was hit by a mid-range 5. This is all since last night. So let's just start over. Again, if you're just now tuning in, a 6.8 earthquake struck in North China, or actually Mongolia, Russia border region. And the energy is coming across from the West Pacific, which is in the middle of a deep earthquake event at this point. We are right at the 7.0 threshold, and the warning this week was to go up to 6.9. So here we are, we're at a 6.8. I will take that as an earthquake forecast hit, especially since it's at the tip of the arrow. And then finally, it's at the middle point between our earthquakes down here in India and Afghanistan, again down to the southwest, this 5.1. And
so that's, guys, if you're into this kind of thing, this is a gentleman by the name of Dutch Sense. Dutch Sense right here. You can see I'm subscribed to him. And he just does great work. And it really, he's got it all dialed in to the all around the planet, all these different earthquakes and earth movements, and so very, very good source for this kind of thing.
He's kind of like Monkey Works for earthquakes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Very similar. Exactly, but his planes fly underground. Yeah. You guys have also shared the Mafia trial mobsters. There's a huge trial going on for the Mafia in Calabrian Mafia in Italy. The arrest occurred many years ago, I think in 2019. So just last year or the year before. But the trial is going on now, and this is they made a jail cell into a trial room because there's so many of them, 355 alleged mafia members. So that's huge. and they have 24,000 wiretaps and bugged conversations to back up charges of murder, extortion, and drug dealing. More than 900 witnesses, 355 alleged members. Strong links with Latin American drug cartels, which they use to import cocaine through ports such as Rotterdam, as well as gangs in Albania and Turkey to transport it to market. So, more than 30 years after the 1986 Maxi trial in Palermo, which exposed the Sicilian mafia. So, yeah, 2019 was the arrest. So some good stuff happening in the justice area. Sorry, I didn't take you with me on that. That was as reported by the Sun. We don't normally use the Sun for sources, but this is this cell that they turned into a courtroom with all these microphones and so forth. So,
hey Dave.
Yeah.
Cindy said check the show chat.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy.
You're welcome.
Let's see.
Not sure if you want to, what you want to do, but I wanted to send it to you.
Interesting. Doesn't look like. Well, let me see. Maybe I can blow that up and read it. Let me try.
Yeah, you're a violent guy. You were at that protest at the Capitol. You probably shouldn't say blow it up.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Let me see. Okay, let me see if I can pull this up for you guys in a way that, let's see. There we go. Okay. I think I got you. Okay. So this is looks like it's a Pompeo breakdown of the tweets, of his tweets. Okay. This is huge. Who sent this to us, Cindy? Do you know off the top of your head?
Jean Bennett, I believe.
Oh, Jean. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So Pompeo delivers remarks at Voice of America in Washington D.C. Okay. I'm gonna go. Hold on. I'm gonna go a little bit bigger with this. Okay. Let me make sure I can go big on this. And here we go. All right. No, I can't go in big. It appears we need to bookmark this site, according to Secretary Pompeo. Border crossings juice. Border crossings at Snowden. Welcome to China. Border crossings -3. Spartans in darkness. Goes through 845. Comes back down to Washington 11. Border crossings. POTUS is at the wall tomorrow. He's going to be in Alamo, Texas. Okay. So that's border crossings. The president of Mexico just supported him in this against the big tech. Disclosed TV. National Special Security Event operations in D.C. to start on Wednesday, 6 days earlier than originally planned. Which is the, hold on, how'd that happen? Hold on, this was, there we go. So we have the 11th today. This was his speech on the 11th. Okay, tomorrow's the 12th. On the 13th is when they start preparing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They start preparing for the inauguration. Okay, 6 days earlier. 13, 14, 15. So that's -3. Border crossing -3. Looking forward to my upcoming travel on January 13th to 14th to Brussels to reaffirm the deep and enduring partnership between the U.S. and Belgium. That goes to trip update. Confirmed correct Q. That's from 1321, trip update. Voice of America was 1321 down here. That was, I don't know what that is, a page number or something of the Voice of America talking about he was going to speak there. And that takes us to 3117 drop, which says trip update, which he just gave. Then the inauguration is the 20th. Border crossings. So border crossings is very interesting because that's going to be happening. That POTUS is going to be at the border tomorrow. Okay. This is interesting. This is some good stuff, Gene. Where did you get this from, Gene, if you don't mind me asking? And do they have more, dives on their stuff there? Would be good to know. Yeah. And it's going to be, and I want to hit the sack here so we're fresh for tomorrow.
So what's the conclusion of this? Is this just
Yeah, it looks like it's basically just definitely some comms that are connecting with some of the drops, but it doesn't carry past the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and so maybe those comms are coming.
the trip update and trip test? We might have to start looking for the test, because now we know what the I was always wondering what the trip update was.
Right.
So that this helps. And the trip test, we might have to look for the word test or trip or both.
Mm-hmm. 132 says confirmed correct. Trip update. Brussels.
Huh.
That's very interesting. So, and this is the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It's all connected, no question about it, right? It's just how is it connected?
Right.
Very, very unique.
Yeah, I've never seen one like that.
No. Let me see if we're hearing from Jean where she got it. Let me see what we got here.
That I sent in the show from Bernadette Masiello about Amazon.
Yeah. This is important to talk about because we are being absolutely it's just ridiculous what the hell's going on, what they're censoring and what they're not. And this is Cauldron Pool on Facebook. And Cauldron Pool says Amazon sells hardcore porn, gratuitously violent movies, Hitler's Mein Kampf films, accused of glorifying rape, sex dolls, and pedophilic themed clothing for babies that have daddy's little slut printed on them. But Amazon has removed Parler for violating their standards. Just tragic. Let's see.
Sounds like part of the awakening process.
Yeah, absolutely. This was necessary. This was all necessary, guys.
Maybe share that with one of your libtard friends.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. I thought you had this. You guys had this in front of you. But this is what it looks like. Sorry. Hold on. This is what it looks like. Unbelievable. The double standard, the hypocrisy is definitely palpable. Coco P. Dave, it's very hard to find you. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but we've been shut down off YouTube. We shut down off Facebook. And so find me. You got to find me on Dave Snet at YouTube or DLive or Twitch. And it shouldn't be that difficult, but what problems did you have, Coco? Could you let me know, and then maybe we can correct that. Yeah, we got to stop buying from Amazon, folks. Sweater off. I'm completely comfy. Let's go. Okay, we're about to wrap it up, but enjoy the rebroadcast.
Probably having coffee in Australia.
Yeah, right. Yeah, folks, let's wrap this up. Tomorrow is another day, even though it might feel like, what's going to happen? We don't know.
And today is tomorrow. Here.
Oh, Underwater Sniper, great question. Where will the replay be for this? I think you can play it again on Twitch, and you can play it again on YouTube, Dave Sned at YouTube. I can also put this on Facebook. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do that tonight, I think, before I go to bed. Yeah. Emily says it's already tomorrow. All right, dude. So let's wrap this up.
Hey, I was gonna give Nethead some homework.
Okay, go ahead.
Why don't you fire out some of this stuff to everywhere you can? Anything with Hunter Biden's laptop or anything that you think is just like we looked at this injustice. Start firing it out there and get it on these platforms. Show people what we're looking at. Because I think the louder we get, and in fact, I remember one of the last Q drops I read the other night was "Get loud, be loud."
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we're loud enough yet, but if we have 2,000 or 3,000 people a night watching us,
yeah,
then
at least
we can get very loud. And I think that's our job, is to help wake these people up.
Yep.
So be part of the solution.
Like that Amazon thing. That's a great meme. That Amazon thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. Stuff like that, folks. Just wake them up.
And memes are important. If you can find memes that hit you, fire them out. Don't sit on them. Don't say, "Ha, that's really cool."
Or save them for later. Now's the war.
Yeah.
Don't save your ammo. Now's the time to spend your ammo.
Yeah, fire away. And I think memes are the way to go.
And be bold, because this is, history will remember this. Never before in history has the efforts of the revolution been recorded. This revolution is being televised. It's being absolutely what do you call it when it's, historical record. It is being, captured for historical record for all to see. Our broadcasts will be captured for all the world to see. And what you say here, what you do tomorrow, what you do the next day, you'll be able to pull up and show your children, your children's children. You're going to be able to say, this man, General Flynn, who was a real warrior, a real general, and is, if he's still alive many years from now when you tell this story, God willing, that he reached out to us and he asked us to perform a digital soldier vow like the regular soldiers take. And we did that. We did that here on the broadcast, about 1,200 of us, live. And the reason he did that was because he wanted to engage us, because he knew this was going to be he knew this was a digital battlefield. And so how do you win? Because the pen or the keyboard is mightier than the sword. And so it's very, very powerful. And so use it as best you can to win this revolution and to win back our sovereignty as humans. Dear Lord, please thank you for bringing us all together, and please bless this group tonight and bless our president and his family and the Q team and all the Anons, the autists, the keyboard warriors, and the digital warriors and the SNED heads. Please bless all those who are having a difficult time right now. Please bless our dear friend Eric and his father who has passed, and just bring peace to his heart, Lord. And please watch over all of the SNED heads who are having difficult times at this point in time, and please strengthen us to carry on this fight and win our freedom, win our country, win our sovereignty. And thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ. Thank you for the Holy Spirit. We need all three of you in absolute unison to defeat this evil. And we thank you. Thy will be done. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen, brother. Good night,
all right,
Snake.
folks. We'll see what tomorrow brings. Good night, guys. Thank you. And tomorrow is Tuesday. We'll be back at 6:15. I should have those bugs worked out. Please share this out, and I'm also going to post this rebroadcast on Facebook, see how that works for us, okay? Love you all.
Dave?
Yes.
There was a question posed asking on, a lot of us went over to the MeWe social. Is the broadcast going to be sent over there, or is it possible to do it from over there?
Yeah. After we do it, I think we can do it. Yeah. Why don't we connect and look into that tomorrow?
Okay.
All
and
right.
tomorrow, there's a few things that you might want to check the show page for, but it can wait till tomorrow.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, hon.
Uh-huh.
All right, guys. Love you all. Be well. See you tomorrow.